Better? I mean, there was a very significant chance that I was just quietly lip syncing, so there was nothing wrong. Unclear. Mm. I'm definitely not drinking this port like port, and I'm definitely drinking it like wine. Everything you ever want, it's everything you ever need. Oh man, I am glad that I finally have another song that I can listen to on repeat when I need to get pumped or want to get pumped. Feel like being in a good mood. Hi, Boomy! How's it going? I just had another wonderful, fabulous day with Mr. Roger. After some good Pokemon going, some Oshawott catching. Oh, well. I mean, we all know how good Twitch is for fixing sleep schedules. Thank you, Sunset. That was very helpful. But I'm glad that you stopped in. It's everything you ever want. Eep. He. Okay. Do you want to answer the question of the day? You'd be the first one ever, ever, ever in the world in the history of my whole stream. Because Ro just had me at it today. It's part of my, like, testing out new things. Oh no, there's a fly. Oh, cats are wrestling. But I'm more concerned about the fly. Because once they get bored of wrestling each other, they're going to start wrestling this fly. I need a cat cam, it's true, so that you guys can catch all of these epic wrestling battles. But yeah, check it out. I put in like a thingy and everything. Yay, I did it. Plus Musser. Wow, it's quite a battle going on. Cranky Bookworm, hello. Nod off. Victim of sunburn. I mean, Atlas. White guys. Victorian in a way. Concentrate. Oh gosh. I'm going to start doing the Sunday crossword specifically because it solves the problem that I was having where a lot of people like doing the crossword, but whoever was there in the moment. Wow. Cat battle. Epic cat battles. Whoever was there in the moment would kind of like mostly finish it. But the Sunday is nice and hard, and that means that it actually gets a chance to be taken on by a good group of people who like them. How's it going? Bookworm. If you're interested in the crossword as well, you can click the link. Everyone can type in it at once. How's it going? Have you dropped in before? I can't remember the last conversation that we had. Everything we had. Not sure which skill in particular I would want to learn. There are definitely a few I could stand to learn. As for what holds me back, is basically an unwillingness to start anything new. Oh my god. Hacking my laziness. Hacking and my laziness. Oh gosh, very, very broad. I am not 100% sure that laziness is real. Hear me out. Um, in becoming a person who has become very interested in how neurodivergence works and stuff, it feels like it's a placeholder for like other things, if that makes sense. Hey, Red October. See, there's a bunch of ways that one could read the tone of, oh, I'm here for this conversation. Then it could be like, oh, I'm here for this conversation then, or oh, I'm here for this conversation then, or oh, and I'm here for this conversation then. There are like many different places. That is like an extremely ambiguous way, I think, to express your interest or lack of interest in this conversation. Hi, emphasis on the here. Yes, I see it. Well, lack of motivation and urgency. Gotcha. So you like the idea of learning how to hack, but not quite enough to get over whatever to eat not quite enough to either overcome whatever the barrier is for you or to do it over other things that are available. Oh, the laziness not being real thing. It's like it's a lot of things look like laziness that are actually like a lot of things in neurodivergence look like laziness, for example, and a lot of things feel like laziness. That It's starting to feel very broad and like judgmental in a way that is like not very descriptive about like what it is that the barriers or obstacles are to something. So I had this really interesting experience when I first got my ADHD diagnosis and got medicated for the first time, and I realized that I had been thinking that laziness meant one thing, but it was possible that it meant something else. So I went on Facebook back when that was a thing, and I did a Facebook poll back when that was a thing. Gotcha. And what I asked people was like, okay, so when you are like, oh my god, I'm like, I'm being lazy right now, are you saying I definitely could choose to do this thing, but I'm gonna not? Or are you saying there is no way my brain would let me do this thing, even though there's no good reason, so I'm gonna not? And the funny thing is, I got almost exactly 50-50 response on that, which was one of the first things that made me like think that laziness was possibly not real. Because if you think about that 50-50 response, about like half of the people being like, oh yeah, no, I could do it, I'm like actually choosing not to. Like that's people calling it laziness, who, if put in a position for like where the urgency changed in some kind of like external way, they absolutely could just choose to do it, which means that what they're really doing is calling laziness their desire to prioritize something else, which is like, rest or something like that, like some other thing. And the other people who are like, I actually can't do this, and like they're just sort of using this like judgmental term of laziness to be sort of self-deprecating about what it is that's holding them back from being able to do it. And for the most part, I find that to be just like unaccommodated neurodivergence, like just like actual barriers that you're not equipped to overcome in that moment. So yeah, I do find like laziness to feel like a weirdly non like overly judgmental non-specific term that doesn't mean very much, um if that makes sense. All right, more of me being, let me catch up with some of these comments. It's a lack of motivation and urgency, I'd say, to be more specific. Very interested in how learning laziness isn't real. That was the thing that I was responding to. More of me being young, and I'm already learning a bit in my career that I may learn this eventually anyway. Sure. Yeah, totally. So nothing's really holding you back. You're just like, I'm not going to proactively take this on because I feel like it's just going to come to me. All right, let's get to this task right after I do X, Y, and Z first. Thank you. And I put it off to later. I can definitely agree that under a capitalist system, the idea of laziness equated to non-profit generating productivity is certainly bullshit. Yup. Yeah, like I feel like it's just one of those things where it's like when we ask for forgiveness for choosing to do something that is not, quote unquote productive. But like, I don't think that's laziness. I don't think it's lazy when you choose to do something that's not, when you choose what you're doing and it's not that thing. And I certainly know, I mean, executive dysfunction is not laziness. Executive dysfunction is like, actual is like actual obstacles that you need to clear out. And when it's unaccommodated, then it's like basically like a losing battle all the time. So of course, laziness is sort of again this like weird judgmental like catch-all that you can use in order to like just brush off anybody experiencing that kind of thing, rather than like you know giving them the tools to find out what's holding them back, as if like that's normal and okay, and then like being able to accommodate it, so that they can choose to do what they're trying to do or what they want to do. So yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure how useful laziness is as a concept. It's not that I don't think that there's any kind of laziness, I just think that like in the kind of topic that we're currently talking about, it's not really it's not a super useful concept. I think that like a skill that I really really want to learn is how to sew. Um, and it's just like usual ADHD stuff that's holding me back. It's like the machine broke once, and then like I had like a traumatic experience dealing with like this crook, who was trying to upsell me and blah 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 blah. As a communist or a socialist, I mean I'm not, but just sort of broadly, I think that it's definitely a value system that can be very confusing to grow up under, and then have to like relearn that things that you do that are not for economic success are still important. And that's something that broadly our environment, our society has been like grappling with for a while, not just in these terms, but also in terms of valuing like work that's done in the home that's not actually paid, work in like emotional labor, work that's done, um, you know, mental load. We've been learning broadly how to value all the different ways that people like contribute. Mm. Mm. Oh wow, I'm impressed that we have zero answers. When coal, gas, and oil are delivered. Snippy. Once called 60s singer Christy Muddy Up, Big Eastern Team, former NYPD Blue co-star Whimper, Where Silence Reigns, Least Emotional, It Might Follow You, Peace, Spread Out, Shed, Wherever Law Ends, Blank Begins, John Locke. Huh. Oh yeah, Alan Alda, thank you. That's totally right. Can Canaanite deity? Quebec Plains of Status Quo Group. Two things in Clinton's pool room? I don't want to know. Latin I think that's probably one. Oh. How are weekends? Let's see. Did we get answers from everybody? Oh, right, because you were talking about how you were like probably going to pick up hacking anyway. Frankly, if you're in like the educational period of your life, um, I feel like there's just so much skill learning at that point. It's just ambitious to take on more. Hi, Tanuki! How's it going? If you use the crossword command, you can type into this puzzle yourself if you're interested. And we have a question of the day today. Which I'm pleased with. It's what's a skill you really want to learn and what's holding you back? I believe that mine is sewing. But I could name any number. A lot are opportunity, right? Like, ah man, post weekend blues. A skill you really want to learn, ideally. Autumn color. It could be orange. Have you been still holding up your streak? I'm sure you are. Mourning the loss of the weekend. And the funny thing is, my life is now structured in a way that my weekend is Tuesday to Wednesday. Speaking Japanese fluently or playing the harp. Holy shit. Tanuki, I studied Japanese. Okay, it sort of doesn't count because from, oh shit, 1060, nice. Way to go, even number. Jesus, that's so cool. I am going back to, I actually have, my buddy has been stream doming me and I have a whole schedule laid out for the next 6 weeks or so. And it includes a ton of Fire Emblem 3 houses, which I'm going to start with the time skip. And it's all going to be, cosplay streams. So I'm gonna be doing cosplay streams of Fire Emblem 3 houses while I do this event that I'm doing, Senpai Timber and Tober. Which just has to do with like me doing like basically big homage cosplay streams, not like of myself, but like my whole stream is gonna be cosplaying some of my stream mentors. Who are my mostly sapphic senpais. October 26th will be 3 years. And marching season will be over so I can actually do some proper length stream that week. Damn. Ooh. Oh, cool. We should do something. That's awesome. Oh man, that's rad. I am super excited to get back to doing doing my Fire Emblem playthrough with cosplay and like, because I got to the time skip, so it's all gonna be post time skip stuff. No more playing offline. All right, autumn color. I think it's probably orange. Nope, that is not enough letters. Yes, that is what Tanuki is talking about, I believe. Tanuki is a teacher and I believe a marching band instructor. I'm not exactly sure what the classification would be. Am I drinking port like a heathen again? Kanji harps cost 10 figures on the low end. The harp one, yeah. So have you like learned no harp, or have you learned some harp on like not your harp and now you're like, well, I have to stop because I don't have a harp? Wait, you march trombone? That sounds difficult. Because I played the flute. I was drum majorette once in 5th grade. I was so proud of myself. Fan. 72 often. I found my flute when I was visiting home. After Dragon Con, I went and spent some time at the beach to quarantine while I got my tests back. And then I went to, very briefly, to my childhood home, where Atlas completely failed to make nearly as much fun of me as I made of him, in Iowa, in his childhood home, even though he had way more fodder. But one of the random things that I found was my old flute. Turns out I can still make it make sounds. I was not very good. Map overlay. Sixth brightest star. Dress up. Never learned harp. Focus was on band. The winds and percussion methods. Only the winds and percussion methods classes were required for my music ed program, though I did take cello and bass my freshman year just to fill out my schedule. So like harp is wild. Like I actually know somebody who's a professional harp player. But yeah, apart from how unbelievably expensive harps are, like listening to them, they sound sort of like a piano. Like they sound like a piano where you do all of the work yourself. It's like very overwhelming. Teach high school band and elementary general music. So high school part includes competitive marching band. How is competitive marching band judged? I take it it's like I take it it's like, you know, any other kind of like well no, what I mean is like subjectively within criteria, right? Like I bet like having a routine is important, and that routine being like executed well. Um like there's like a bunch of technical aspects to it that I imagine, because I'm thinking of all the other things that remind me of like of that kind of thing, where it's like synchronized swimming and like cheerleading and stuff, where there's a bunch of criteria having to do with like there's both like usually like both like some kind of athleticism or artistry or, you know, dance or music or something that's like part of the technical skill, but you've added a completely different like layer of artistic routine to it that then has its own, like, you know, like figure skating, right, where it's like, you know, you can make it harder. Smallish band. Small bands always go earlier in the day, so big bands score better because human brains. Oh my god. Oh god, if you get do not even get me started on like cognitive biases and like behavioral economics and shit. It's fascinating and infuriating, but learning even a little bit of it like definitely makes you feel like less, I think, like a little more, I don't know about more empowered in the world, but less like, you know, baffled in the way that is just terrifying in the world. At least that's the effect that it had on me. It's nice to know that you're not crazy. It is, however, horrifying to learn how much proximity to lunch for the particular judge deciding to give you parole has to do with your fate. That's fucked. And just sucks. October, how are you doing? How's your partner? I'm wearing the earrings. Your partner gave me these. I believe if I'm getting all of my people and things correct. Technical judgments that can be made on musical and marching skills. That's totally what I was thinking. All right, I'll hold. Ken's the furnace, not fur. Kind of rod. Hi! So most of the competitions we go to follow BOA, Bands of America scoring, one judge and up to 200 points each of the for the following: music individual, music ensemble, visual individual visual ensemble, general effect music, and general effect visual. Then there are separate caption awards for auxiliary guard, percussion, and drum major. Neat. Okay, so Tanuki, I'm gonna ask the really annoying question because it's required. How much is it like Drumline with Nick Cannon? You know, the Bring It On of marching band movies. I never realized that your marching band stuff was competitive. Until you were shit the other one. I love that I know very well that I know you two for totally different reasons and you're enjoying having specifically like competitive marching band in common. I love Twitch. That's so weird. I was working on my question of the days, I was planning them out. And I swear to God, one of them is kind of happening right now in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, it's not ideal for what's happening, but it's still almost exactly what I was trying to get to happen, which is, what's an interest, hobby, obsession, or identity that you wish you had in common with or could share with more people in your life? Could, talk to about more people. I was totally trying to get, exactly this to happen. Some completely random thing that I didn't know anything about and never talk about that two people who, had no reason to know this about each other would just start gibbering about. I love that. It's especially fun when somebody that you know, or a partner or someone, you see that happening and you're like, oh shit, I've never had the opportunity to create this particular spark of to spark this particular conversation, so it's just never been sparked before. Score of cats? What? Low. Well, notwithstanding. By and by. Relieved. Many an office has one. What? A desk? I'm gonna write desk because if it's wrong, we'll figure that out. Our director and low brass tech both marched with the cadets, so they hated trombones in general. Our parts were always shit. I was honestly one of the top 3 in the band, went to state a few times, and never got a solo. Oof. Oof. And no, you're not. Something a few days later, I lost you there. Our guard instructor marched cadets. Salt. Oh, salt. There it is. Yup, I see the salt. It looks like an eraser from here, but I do know that salt and salty is there. Totally not salty about it. Yeah, no, my entire life isn't about still being salty about all my shit. Hatch in the Senate. Hatch? La Dolce Vita setting. Pizarro's Quest. Wet weather gear. Galosh? Let's try a galosh. Nope. Gotta spell a little better than that. Alright, maybe that. We're mountain climbers train. Most of the rest of our staff were marching. Ilani? Or had connections to them. Mellophone. Carolina Crown. What's a mellophone? I don't know what a mellophone is. But I want to know more than anything in the world now. So I'm going to Google it so you can continue to have your conversation without me interrupting. A bald horn. Yay! Thanks, Boomy! Triforce progression! You can get those Triforce kittens. They cheer you on. They stopped fighting in the kitchen. That's them cheering. Whee. Oh, a marching French horn. Gotcha. Oh, right. Where it's sort of instead of being big and round, it's that way. There's always a shortage of French horn people. Because it was so hard to play. Glitch. Fissures. Cleveland Hole? Whole Cleveland? Ohio. Wait. Ohio? Wheels of Fortune. MIL training site. So I'm used to MIL being mother-in-law. So, what? Crimson Foe. Highlander. Bad Blood in Beijing. Motorist Winter Aid. Like chains? Nope. Inn. What? Unbroken. Pillsbury Bake Off officials. What? Closed in on. Bronze Beater. Recorded. Begins to develop. Isn't natural. Alright. Place for forks and knives. Pig in a sty. Angry. Stage apparel. Like garb? But it's Alda. I really think Eleanor Alda is right, though. It carries a bit. Conscriptable. Conscriptable. I mean, that's like drafting. A draft? No, not... A bowl is a little slightly improper. Manhattan edition. 39-line poem. Force. Alphabetic trio. Sioux speaker. Churchgoer's pet. Name for his seat. What? Oh boy. What? Gets nasty outside, heir to the throne, SNL offering, 4-man tanks, present, or present, incriminating information. Proof? No, it's only 4 letters. Bum? I don't know. Here, if you'd like to take a look at yourself, if you just click on this, you'll be able to take a look. One who works with code. Column. Harris is 18. Unkempt hair. God is our refuge and strength blank for 1. Fire something. Steeped. Feminine suffix. River to Leeds. Oh, what's the name of this puzzle? It's usually like a thing that has like a hint. I don't remember. I hear you. Not fair. Be part of the cast of. Huh. So like. The churchgoer one was 13 down. Churchgoer's pet name for his seat. I don't know. Tennis official. Yours is 18. Unkempt hair. Feminine. Not fair. Be part of the cast of. Fine print, maybe. Aesopian coda. So like, so Aesop's Fables, which always had a moral? Maybe? Better Before Casey. What? Bean. Ionic Alternative. Is that Doric? Santa's Reindeer. Example. Blitzen. Vixen. Almost equal. Grant leads off the show. Comet, Cupid, Vixen. Wait, one of them is Cupid? I did not know one was Cupid. Best Actor of 2000. Dang. Chest Prefix. Dreyfus Defender. They strike while the iron is hot. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen. I don't know, it's 5 letters. You got the port. I mean, puzzle. Link. Puzzles. This is the greatest show. Autumn colors that start with V or C. Vivid. Verdant. I feel like they're just fucking red, yellow, and orange, for fuck's sake, but I don't know. It's probably like auburn or something. I don't know. They strike while the iron is hot. Wise guy. Communality. Big lie. Curriculum section. Like Vita? Meh. Comms. Kitty! You are in my way and not on camera, which is just the least useful thing that you can be. Kitty, come here. Come here. Come here! Nope, not a toy. Those are my headphones. I listen to The Greatest Showman on these. This is not for you to play with. And if you are, you have to come on camera. Yes, I know, you're such a diva. Well, there's an ear, you guys. He's giving you one ear. Contract. Scene of World War I fighting. Imagine. Signs of censorship. Hi, Atlas. Atlas, we have a question of the day, except I'm super afraid to ask it to you. Also, I'm giving you a special thing. I'm giving you a special restriction. You're not allowed to say time for the second part, because that's boring. Haha! You're also not allowed to say everything for the first part. I'm gonna make you think. Everything you ever want. everything. By the way, in case you're not in on this. Yesterday, Atlas, yesterday I accidentally made a Gin Daisy, so I didn't have to get destroyed by you. A specific one! Like always! You're not allowed to say everything in time. You have to give a real answer. Cat, stop being cute, like both in my way, like in front of me, and also not on camera. It's very annoying. Yeah, so Atlas, here's what happened. Lunch and all were drinking, and they were like, "Do you drink?" And then Lunch was embarrassed that he asked, because he was like, "Of course, Saf drinks." And so I was like, basically live tweeting, live chatting, me taking random things and putting them into a drink until it tasted good enough to drink, and being like, "Please don't tell Atlas I'm like this. Is this anything?" And Lunch was like, "This is nothing." And I'm like, "Please don't tell Atlas about this." And then I think it was Boomy who saved me, but it might have been, no, wait, it might have been, no. Who's always at lunches, who loves crosswords, which means they're not here. It wasn't you. It was, hold on, I know. It wasn't Cam. It was Skelly. Skelly was like, I think that's a Gin Daisy. And then I looked it up and I was like, it is a Gin Daisy. I'm not gonna get dumped immediately. So I accidentally made a Gin Daisy, which means that it wasn't horrific, I guess. Yeah, KJ, hi! We can still date. Skelly saved my sexual relationship, as I mentioned on stream. Yeah, KJ, I have a question of the day. It's my first one ever. Yeah, and crosswords. How are you doing? I am really pleased that, Atlas, you have taught me enough about drinking that I can now take the crap that I have and put them into a thing and make them taste good, and it's usually something that already has a name, mostly. That seems to be working out okay. You learn musical skills with the weight of failing to learn musical skills all those times in the past. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to push you on, like, what failing me... Okay, here's the thing. My experience of you saying, like, big, scary, like, negative words that mean very, like, deep and scarring things to other people are often very cartoonishly shallow with you. So I wonder what failing to learn musical skills actually constitutes in this particular arena. Is it like you tried it once and weren't immediately excellent at it? I told you that you can't tell me. I did? Now I'm confused. Ton of energy! New friend! Oh my god! Watching WandaVision! Anime, love D&D! Yee! Oh my god, AJ! Oh! That's not failing! That's just not doing! How can you... Okay, no, I object! AJ, I'm gonna get back to you because all of your energy and awesomeness is energy that I want to go into the future, but I'm gonna take care of this first. I'm gonna ball this up and throw it away. Atlas! This is why I need an Atlas rage. Not an Atlas rage, just a Saf rage. Or a Saf explains. Atlas! That is not... Okay, you're saying that the weight of having failed before is keeping you from being able to take this on now, but in failing, what you mean is that you just didn't have the time to actually do it. So the thing that is holding you back is that you're like, I didn't actually spend the time to do it, and oh no, what if I don't... What? Like, what? How does that have the weight? I'm fine. AJ! AJ, you had fun with a new friend. That's awesome. I loved WandaVision so much. It was never fully recaptured for me, the magic. To be honest, I'm not as good at learning musical instruments as I can at most other things, so it required a bigger investment of time, which I couldn't give any of them, but it was fun to break you like that. Okay, Akos, I will give you this. You are annoyingly good at everything, but it is absolutely true that you're not, like, as annoyingly good at music, as far as I can tell, as you are at everything else, which feels like it's got to be an emotional block, because apparently your dad is a whole thing with music, because having like a moisture controlled room for books and musical instruments is kind of a thing. Anyway, Red October question of the day. I want to learn like home DIY or similar crafty skills. What's holding me back is probably A, knowing that I won't be good at it immediately, and oh, I love the self-awareness, and B, that if I'm not, I may fuck up my house. Man, people who, oh my god, I have way less sympathy for people who hate doing things that they're not good at immediately than I probably should be able to empathize with as a person who tries to be a generally good and empathetic person, because nothing comes easy to me. And I'm deeply jealous of all of you. On to AJ. AJ, okay, WandaVision. I don't know about you, but I grew up on all of the sitcoms that it was referencing. All of the, like, classic TV and everything, Nick at Night, all that shit. I immediately recognized the Dick Van Dyke Show stuff, like, the whole, like, the Ottoman. I love Dick Van Dyke so much. Man, that show had me, like, every single week guessing what was going on way more than the other Marvel shows, even though I actually loved all of the Marvel shows. What If is the one that I'm finding least satisfying so far. I don't know if it's like going somewhere with what it's doing. But 4 things done today for school. Tempted to get a head start on my homework for tomorrow. I have a ton of energy because I'm getting a ton done. And I don't know if you're one of those people who gets like, cause like Python is my gal on the, like, doing homework with streams on in the background. And I get that there's some people for whom that totally works, and some people who just, like, need to bounce and have their whole, like, you know, like, studying homework and work shit, like, as a walled-off thing in order to be able to do it. But, ton of energy. Man. Like, samesies. I got so much work done. I got, like, a perfect score on my homework to Roger. And yes, I have homework to Roger, okay? And that perfect score was not easy to get because, as he said, the way that he grades is that... Wait! Danville, Illinois? Hey. Oh, neat. Dick Van Dyke is one of those people that I find delightful for having gotten famous when he was, like, in his 40s. And I loved his, like, dancing and his insistence on dancing all the time. So great. He's so charming. I just find him very charming. I don't know. He's someone I have a soft spot for. Him and John Ritter. I just have a huge, inexplicable soft spot for. And then there's the other side of the spectrum where Tom Cruise lives, who I will just hate until the end of time. And you can't talk me out of it. Anyway, lighter topics. AJ having an awesome day, WandaVision being awesome, and such a good start to the TV shows from Marvel. Holy shit. My Hero Academia. I have not seen My Hero Academia. I can't tell if that's a thing. I might start having to, because I'm always consuming media, but like, anime is definitely like, it's a higher ADHD toll because I can't just like wander around and listen. Listening is a much easier way for me to ingest information over like looking and reading, because I don't know, because all I know is that I thought I was a stupid idiot person who was dumb, who couldn't learn things and wasn't smart because I couldn't read books. Then it turned out that like audiobooks and podcasts were a thing, and all of a sudden learning was fun again, and I did so much of it and I loved it. Mm. So Roger did give me homework, and Roger is one of those people who grades in a way where if I had done every single thing that he told me to do, I would have gotten the lowest score, the lowest passing score. So I did way more. So I got a high passing score. I'm pleased. I love being teacher's pet, and I think that's why he posted in the pet pictures the picture of us hanging out together. The absolute opposite. Prefer ingesting information in written form than audio. Yeah, and I mean, the world is set up for that, babe. I thought that I was stupid and lazy because I couldn't read books. Then I started ingesting things in a way that fit my brain better. And, turns out, not stupid, not lazy. Just ADHD. But yeah, I gotta do more anime. I'm actually considering making it a thing where I, like, post the stuff that I'm actually working on. Any more, like, all news articles come as videos. Well, okay, I don't, news, okay, this is a tricky area. Because I proactively stopped, oh god, there's so much context here. I'm gonna skip this because I think that I'm allowed. Let's see, I hope I'm missing any fucking, okay, I'm gonna do one thing and then I'm going to I'm gonna do it without any context. And then I'm going to ignore it, say nothing, and move on. I'm just going to post a link. And then I'm going to say nothing about it, and I'm going to move on. Alright. That can't be right. I'm reading that wrong. Yep, I am reading that wrong. That's good. That's fine. Oh, I forgot the fucking key! Sorry. That was nothing to do with you or anybody. I was supposed to take a key that I did not take. Shit. Also, Atlas, are you still there? My god. I gotta stop treating this like it's... Partially? Okay, this will work enough partially. Tuesday, the thing that you told me to buy is arriving. I totally forgot that people keep stealing crap. So remind me on Tuesday that I need to fucking camp at my door and make sure that I take it immediately. Because it costs $100 of hard-earned free money. Hard-earned cashback money. So Tuesday, I'm going to camp out and make sure that I actually get that. Thank you. By the way, is there any French in this puzzle? I don't think it's my neighbor. That just seems like... I don't know, like, why... That just doesn't... I don't know. I don't think it's my neighbor. That just doesn't track for me. Like, him harassing me tracks for me, him lying, him inventing a black guy to blame it on, all of that tracks for me. Blank's here! Hi! Blank, we have a question of the day! Also, Akos, your answer was good. Oh my god, Akos, I had a thing to tell you, but I think it's not... Oh shit, I shouldn't say it on stream. I'll tell you later. Oh, cool! That's the first redemption in a while. Let me grab one of those. Enjoy your crossword. Meow. Meow. It's everything you ever want. It's everything you ever need. kitty. There's gotta be a way to hide that band a little better. Is lol ADHD, yeah. I allow lol ADHD a little bit more than I allow just time. Alright. I think this is cool. I like these. Thanks, it's been a while since anybody has redeemed that. How are you doing, Blank? I know that you had a bunch of really fun social plans this weekend. I hope that went well. I would love to get back into music like when I was younger, but a skill I never really developed was I'd love to speak a language other than English. Oh, Blank, you've got no languages other than English, huh? Yeah, I mean, oh man, languages is tough because like once you leave that golden time, it's really just. Oh, 78 down. Are we talking Dwarf Planet, the Roman God, or Mickey's dog? I mean, that's the question, isn't it? Rusty high school French, but it's mostly gone. Yeah, I worked on Japanese for so long, and my brain was just never going to be great at grasping it. It is just, it's all the things that my brain sucks at. Signs of Censorship, award for Curse of the Starving Class. City in Vermont. Nobody knows that. Came down immediately. The Wizard of Oz prop. Past Midnight, Unification Day. And the 19th anniversary. Tanuki, that is so weird. I started rewatching Firefly yesterday, and then I was like, nope, not in the mood, and went back to Mad Men, which was the other thing that I was watching. Every time I try to rewatch Firefly, I get distracted. Even though I've rewatched Firefly, like, I had a period where I rewatched it a bunch. It keeps just making me want to watch Mad Men because of Joan. And also because Firefly just feels like a lot of promise more than, like, active enjoyment as it's happening for me, which I get is not how everybody feels about it. But, yeah. It's also like, it's Joss Whedon, right? He's disappointing. He's like, good ideas that degrade in their execution. Oh my god, Boomy, I could never have enough Christina Hendricks. Like, Christina Hendricks was one of the people who, before I knew was a lesbian, I knew I was obsessed with. And also just Joan in general was like so aspirational for me in a way that it was like, I didn't even bother to find her aspirational because I was like, oh yeah, no, that is like goddess category that I can never even aspire to. So I'm just going to like drool at her in her general direction. And then I was rewatching Mad Men recently, and I was just like, I keep relating to Joan, and that's like dream come true for me. It's incredible. And the way, man, I just got to her deciding that she fucking did not need her fucking not good enough for her, so bad at like just needs the army to make him feel like a man husband. It's like, fuck you, we don't need you, I don't need you. So amazing. Every time I rewatch Firefly, I get through the first 11 episodes just fine, it's bliss, and then the last 3, I just get sad about it, that it's about to end, since those episodes never aired during the initial run, and I often don't finish those last ones. And when you say the last 3, are you talking about the last 3 minus Serenity, or are you talking about Serenity? It definitely has this air of unfulfilled promise, but, like, I think that something happened in the years that I used to rewatch it a lot. Like, I used to rewatch it a lot. And in the years when I did that, and then when I stopped doing that, something happened where, I don't know, some kind of switch got flipped for me where I was like, it officially would be better for a new thing in this vein to exist than for this thing to come back. It was just this feeling that I got. The way that, like, Arrested Development came back too late. And nobody who loved, like, lots of people loved Arrested Development, but nobody loved, like, the new stuff that they made. And Firefly felt like that to me, where, like, there was just a moment where I was just like, this is never going to come back in a way that is good. I also, I get a lot of my, like, Firefly glee out of, yeah, exactly, and I want it from someone else. I get a lot of Firefly glee out of the actors from Firefly and the things that they have done in a way that I, like, is enough for me. Like, oh my god, just, like I said, Christina Hendricks is just, ugh. And, you know, Jewel Staite. Obviously, Nathan Fillion is just a nerd god. And so is, fucking, oh my god. Oh my god. We were just fucking talking about, this is just me brain farting because he's actually the most prolific one. Well, you know, Walsh. The Wizard of Oz prop with an A. What? Alan Tudyk, thank you. Because we were fucking watching Dirk Gently, Holistic Detective Agency, and I was like, Ackles, I know you're face blind, that's Alan Tudyk. And whenever I watch a Disney or Pixar animated movie, I try to guess which one is Alan Tudyk. I guessed correctly on Raya and the Last Dragon, which has, by the way, Boomy, I don't know if you saw Raya and the Last Dragon, it has super high Avatar The Last Airbender energy. Yep, priest. Quite correct. It's priest. Nathan on Castle, but the rookie hasn't caught my attention. Alan is in, like, everything in Disney. Jewel has a new show. Yeah, exactly. And whoever was Zoe is in some stuff, too. But yeah, basically, and, you know, obviously, like, the geisha. Alright, guys, I actually usually know more about Firefly than this. But nobody likes fucking that Baldwin. Which comparison? Oh, the geisha thing? Wait, for real? Because that's actually, like, a really intelligent comparison. Oh, Raya and 18. Why? Wait, why? It has super high ATLA vibes. Why? It's grand. Boomy, explain. Oh man, people are doing the crossword while I get drunk. And I mean, if I'm wrong, I really, really want to know what's wrong with me, but if people are being fucking stupid, I also want to yell about it. Oh yes, Adam. There we go. Morena. Check. Let's just quickly have the Firefly people in front of me so that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, because I have severe ADHD, and that does not make my opinions wrong or stupid. Even if I don't always remember all of the details they're based on at the moment. Yeah. Oh, Inara? Oh, Morena Baccarin. Okay, so she has some problems. That's a shame, because her acting's pretty good. Yeah, she did Deadpool. She also did, okay, Boomy, that's fucking dumb. I'm sorry. That is not a thing that I'm gonna respect. That's garbage. I'll go back to Boomy. Let's get back to blank. Yes, apart from Deadpool, also, this is weird because I didn't even like this show, but it was acclaimed. The one with, God. Fuck. I hate this about me. The one with the bipolar CIA agent, and, Fuck. Guys, Claire Danes when Claire Danes was a bipolar CIA agent. Okay, Boomy! You have no idea what you have opened up with me, with Lindsay Ellis. Yes! The whole plate. The whole plate. Boomy. Okay. So... she cheated on her husband, blah, 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 got pregnant, claimed her ex was in the wrong. This is stupid. I don't care about any of this. All of this is garbage. Whatever. That is not... yeah, no. Alright. Lindsay Ellis. Yes, I know a lot about Lindsay Ellis. Okay, that is not fucking true. That is just not... okay, hang on. So many things are happening. Okay, we're gonna start with Claire Danes. So first, I'm going to type Claire Danes into my phone, and it is going to tell me that the show that I'm thinking of is Homeland. She's also in Homeland. Homeland Deadpool. Don't! Thank you for subbing! Thank you! Dope Boat, be back. Alright, now, okay, oh no. We don't talk about Lindsay Ellis. I only know her because of her review of Legend of Korra, and oh my god, she had such a negative review of Korra, and she was like, did we watch the same show? And I was like, did we watch the same show? So, AJ, Lindsay Ellis. I would love to talk to all of you about Lindsay Ellis. So Lindsay Ellis is somebody who, let's say that because of the things that I love, for example, alright, OSP, Overly Sarcastic Productions. I unreservedly and forever recommend this. And also, if you ever actually look at E-Girl, where I say that I'm the oldest E-Girl in the world, this is the take. So we have Overly Sarcastic Productions, we have the take, we have... ORAT? Atlas, explain. Oh wait, you're responding to, I see, you're responding to Boomy. One rent at a time. Oh my god! That's fair! How come literally, guys, you're letting me down. 0 people here. 0 people here. Did this to let me know to rein it in. None of you! I thought you were my friends! Anyway. Grah! I'm continuing to drink port as if it's wine. I mean, I know that it's wine, but it's dessert wine that you're supposed to sip and not drink like wine. Whatever. So, one rant at a time. Lindsay Ellis. Let's talk about Lindsay Ellis. So, I love YouTube for a lot of reasons, and there are a lot of YouTubers that I love. Absolutely top of which is Overly Sarcastic Productions, and then there's a whole mess like The Take, and Cinema Wins, and Cineflix, and Cinefix, and just a bunch of channels that like mean a lot to me, and have given me a lot, and have helped me grow a lot, in ways that I think are legitimately superior to a whole bunch of like top shelf, like very white guy academia that I have experienced. I'm like, this is better. Fuck y'all. However, Lindsay Ellis, who is in this world of video essays and the like, I always so she often had things to say that were very insightful, but I often found a lot of her difficult, objectionable, like difficult to get behind, objectionable, like something unpleasant about, like, I could not at all get behind her in the same way as I got behind these OSP and the like that I was really super into. But then I sat down and did a thing that all people should probably do before settling into an opinion like that, especially in a small space like that. And I took stock of context. Here's the thing. I don't know if any of you have heard of the Nostalgia Critic. Anyone? Show of chat hands. Nostalgia Critic. It's a YouTube. No. So here's the thing. Nostalgia Critic is a very long time established YouTube personality thing. Still a thing. Lindsay Ellis was the nostalgia chick. Lindsay Ellis is not just like OSP and The Take and all of that. Lindsay Ellis is actually in the realm of pioneer to the YouTubers that I love. She actually, like, helped to invent and create the genre and space of YouTube as a place for, like, you know, video essays and, you know, media commentary and those things. Like, she actually was part of what legitimized that as a thing. So the fact that I find her old-fashioned in a bunch of ways that bug me is now very contextualized, and I find it very unfair to hold her to the same standards that I would hold anyone breaking into the space now. She does have a lot of, like, good and insightful things to say. There are a lot of things that drive me nuts about the way that she does her work that just I never find myself feeling that about The Take, about OSP. I never find myself ever feeling these things. Whereas I'll watch Lindsay Ellis and I'll be like, really? Ugh. And I would have more to criticize if I did not see her as, okay, but you created this space, and you create, and because I know that you helped to create the space and pioneer this space, I also know that you were doing it in an environment where all this white guy fucking literary critique bullshit, academia, ivory tower garbage of whatever, like, that was the thing that you were pulling people away from to have, like, this different place. So the fact that you feel a little close to that, you're still subversive to that. You're still massively subversive to that. You created the space for people like Red and Blue and, well, Red and fucking, Hello Future Me, Tim Hitchin, or whatever, Nerdwriter, like, all of these other people who I find to be much more on point with their criticism, and, like, their commentary. You created the world, the space, you pioneered that, you legitimized it. And you also did that as, like, a woman who, like, obviously branded earlier on, like, you branded by the whole, like, chick thing. And that makes perfect sense to me contextually. And, like, that's, and of course I feel like you were from, I fucking love Hello Future Me, but anyway. But, you know, of course that's why you maybe turned up some of the, well, let's say the stuff that was turned up in what old white critics write in newspapers. Or that kind of thing. Like, that being turned up is not surprising, especially being, like, a lady person trying to, you know, pave the way in this medium. And so I try to see her as, like, separate. I hold her to the standards of, like, the way that you would try to have separate standards for a trailblazer. Where, yeah. So I respect her. I agree with her less than almost anybody else that I would watch, and I almost always have to watch her when I have some fortitude, because I almost never in this genre, like, watch people and be like, oh my god, you're so wrong. oh, and you're bothering me in the way that you're wrong and in the attitude that you're throwing towards this, and just like, oh, this is too, like, she does a thing that I understand only the generation after her could really like do in the way that I prefer freely, but she does not talk about the ways in which it is reasonable to disagree with her. And that is how old crusty white dudes teach you to critique. I get it. But it is not the style that I prefer. And even without that particular like stylistic complaint, I just often find her to just be fairly obnoxiously certain about positions that I don't think are remotely as obviously true as she makes them seem. And it bugs me. Yes. Hello Future Me is exceptional. And if you are an Avatar The Last Airbender fan, / a writer at all, especially in the fantasy and science fiction genres, Hello Future Me is top shelf content. Very good. And Lindsay Ellis, I wouldn't say that Lindsay Ellis is like overly reactionary. I don't think that Lindsay Ellis is overly reactionary. I think that Lindsay Ellis actually like provides pretty early stage like content that other people react to. She's a very established personality. This is like a person that like another like other people in this space are like the Vlogbrothers. If you're familiar with John and Hank Green, John Green, who wrote those YA novels, and John and Hank Green's The Vlogbrothers, and Crash Course, and the nerd. What is it? What is that fucking nerd? Something. Nerd Rage? No, not Nerd Rage. It's Nerd. Something. They have a slogan. It's so weird that they're starting to feel outdated to me, like old-fashioned to me. That's very interesting. The idea that cat is licking my bowl. But yeah, it's interesting to me that it's starting to feel old-fashioned. Like, there are YouTubers there are established YouTubers who are starting to feel old-fashioned to me. The Mongols did it first. Sunset, get down. Sunset, get down. Cream Puff. He's not afraid of my horns. TGWTG is how I was introduced to her. Sunset, cut it out. Boomy, what is TGWTG? I hope I made a cogent point about Lindsay Ellis. I don't want to criticize her very specifically. The guy with the glasses. I'm not sure. Oh, that guy with the glasses. The nostalgia critic. For sure. Gotcha. Yeah. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, the whole plate is really fascinating, and it's a really good way to learn a whole bunch of things about film. So it's basically applying auteur theory, which is like, super, super pretentious film theory stuff, to the Transformers movies. And it's fascinating because you really learn a lot about film, like a lot of technical stuff about film doing that. It's a really good idea for a project. It's really cool. There are a lot of things that she does that are really interesting. She's just less on the mark, in my opinion, than a lot of other people. In my opinion. Like Red, who is flawless. And I would implode 1,000 times if I ever met her. Yes, Sunset. All of the cats are like roughly here, but off camera. It's the one problem with having like an actual proper close-up for just chatting, is that there's like fewer cat sightings. Wow, he used his tail to totally grab my keyboard. Hi, Zero Ender. Did you do our question of the day? I know. Oh man, I wanna look at the crossword. But yeah, Lindsay Ellis is, I think, someone who deserves respect in her field. Even though, meh. However, I also, yes, we're one rant at a time. Let's move on. Okay, I forgot to do the next rant. One rant at a time. The next rant is that it's insane to cancel someone over pointing out the fact that Raya had a ton of Avatar energy. That is not remotely all Asian. Nobody fucking said that about Mulan, okay? I'm just, oh god, that's fucking dumb. Oh god, that's dumb in so many ways. Holy shit. It's a fantasy epic about a weirdly contained world with very specific, like, nation states that had. It doesn't matter, Boomy. I'm just pointing out how dumb it is to say that just because it's all Asian influenced, like, this is, like, not a completely valid thing to point out. To point out that there's, like, these two stories that have to do with, like, a weirdly limited world where there's like a lot of characterization that is poured into like basically different like locales, nation states with serious personalities that also come with fighting styles that you seriously put like emphasis on celebrating and showing in order to have a also villain redemption arc that starts from the origin of the story and goes all the way through to have this like larger narrative about like a unified whole world that functions in harmony. Holy shit, have I said enough to point out why this is stupid? It's dumb. I don't, like, as I said, I'm not even a massive Lindsay Ellis fan. However, this is a dumb reason to cancel someone. You are wrong. And the more people who are not at all Asian who pointed this out, I'm fucking calling my Asian on you. Fuck you. You're wrong. It is not at all stupid or racist or fuck. And the thing is, I do think that Lindsay Ellis talks way too much about some things that she is too white to be so certain about. Although I will also give her this, she has also been fairly fairly good about like every once in a while bringing this up when you know when like I've seen some videos where she like sort of does this, and then I'll see some videos where she's just like making fun of herself for having done this while then calling in somebody else who has a more right to talk about the subject. Like, I think that she is I think that she is probably good people who wants to learn and all of that stuff. I just think that her actual finished products have more holes than a lot of the others that I prefer. I haven't actually watched the new Mulan. I'm kind of afraid to, but I'm going to, and I'm probably going to find all of the things to like about it that I can, because that is sort of how I consume certain things that I have low expectations for. Is this why y'all hang out here? I kind of hope so. Because otherwise I have a lot of things to reevaluate about my everything. Flight attendant offering. Zing. Was? German article. Tennyson lady. It clears the way. Plug of a sort. Oh boy. Can I just say anal and then you guys can fix it? Because I just want to. It's anal, guys. It's a plug of a sort. You guys can fix it when you know what it actually is. The Cotton Club coaster. I don't know what that is at all. They're always tired. Piano. Poetic regions. What? The Wizard of Oz prop. That's the one that I was on. Anal plugs. I never know. Like, I go off on these tangents. So, part of why I even started streaming was so that I could, like, just, I don't know, not started, but, like, part of the reason that I continued streaming as a hobby was so that I could, like, work off some of this ADHD energy, and there, like, therefore, there would be slightly less of it for Atlas to take on. And then there would, like, these weird experiences where, like, hype trains would happen because of things that, like, I didn't completely remember saying because I just sort of, like, went on a thing and didn't remember it. And I just have, like, absolutely no idea to what extent me going off on tangents, rants. One rant at a time was said earlier. I got to the second one. Maybe the third. Thank you, that's very helpful, cat. I don't even know which cat. I just watched the thing that they knocked over. Did I have another... Wow. Rant that I did not get to. I covered that Raya and the Last Dragon being compared to Avatar: The Last Airbender is a completely valid, reasonable thing that should not be... that no one should be cancelled over. And also my complex feelings about Lindsay Ellis. Is that it? Is that all of the things that I was, like, just piling on top of each other? Also, Lindsay Ellis's video on what was wrong with, like, on the racism in that Will Smith movie with the orcs was insightful in a way that I definitely actively... Right, thank you. I actively reference ideas from that study. And this is a white woman to discuss racism in Shadowrun without the license. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait. Hold on. Nope. I'm gonna finish the sentence about Bright, which is that this white person, and I don't think that white people are incapable of making useful comments about race at all, in the same way that I don't think that I'm incapable of making useful comments about anti-blackness. But I still shouldn't be an authority over black people. Or, more importantly than black people, this is actually an important point. One minute at a time. The black pantheon of discussion. Not an individual black human. I hope we all get that. I'm gonna move on because of OROT. Because of OROT, I'm gonna go back to Bright, where I was saying that this white woman, which is totally, totally valid, it did make this video about the racism, why the racism in Bright, and also for that matter, the very obvious racist allegories in Detroit Become Human were stupid, and why the ones in The Animatrix were not stupid. I'm mixing a lot of things up. Those were Red. Red I have nothing bad to say about ever. Lindsay Ellis just did the thing about Bright. However, it was pretty good. It was pretty insightful. I would still watch the Red episode about robots over the Lindsay Ellis thing about Bright, but still, it was good. For context, this was the quote from her. Now deleted tweet. Also watch Raya and the Last Dragon, and I think we need to come up with a name for this genre that is basically Avatar: The Last Airbender redexes. It's half of all YA fantasy published in the last few years anyway. Oh, that is a bad way to fucking put it. Because Atlas was there when I saw Raya. I had nothing but good things to say about the fact that there was this... I actually almost made... Okay, this is my whole problem with Lindsay Ellis. Holy shit, we have come full circle. I've been tiptoeing around it. My whole problem with Lindsay Ellis is that she tends to say things that are 75% a decent point, and then she ruins it in the last quarter of a sentence. Which is, by the way, the perfect way for a trailblazer to be. Blank, can we be done with this? I know that it's adorable, but, like, it's starting to drive me nuts. I'll wear a different one. Here. Saf will run off and wear a different thing. Meow. You are not starving, I fed you! You're liars! Here, it's wings now. There we go. Whatever. It's wings now. What was I yelling about? Oh, God. Ugh. Fuck. And undermine everything that I tried to gently say and be like, oh, Lindsay Allen drives me fucking crazy. But I have an adorable story about these wings. I bought them for a costume that I did not end up wearing at DragonCon, which is fine because I will wear it one day. Probably, in fact, I could be persuaded to do it on stream because it's from SMT Nocturne. And I have SMT Nocturne on the streaming schedule for the next couple of weeks. Months. Because SMT 5 is coming out in November and I'm very excited. But anyway, this is for Angel. If anybody would like to specifically search SMT Nocturne Angel, and it does matter that you specifically search SMT Nocturne Angel, and do an image search for it, that is the cosplay that I was planning, not for daytime, but for nighttime partying. Along with Aklis doing the thing that we actually did do on stream, which was the Demi-Fiend, where we did all of the, like, the black light glow stuff, and then, you know, everyone made fun of us for having, like, a very sus camera setup. Anyone remembers all of that. So, I bought these on the day that we were going to do that night. We ended up changing our plans and not doing that specifically. However, I had bought these, and I was, you know, walking around the dealer room and stuff at DragonCon. Sus equals practical. Aklis, you get that having an overhead camera is never practical, right? Like, it's always a flourish at best. Anyway, this is not a man who understands, like, what, practical based on limitations is. And I love him for it. This is a go all out so much, so hard for so many years that he basically loses track of what the rest of us live with as options. And it's fantastic. I would not change it. My goal is to get this, so I have told him this too. My goal is to get this to be something that he is so uncomfortably used to that he starts to turn down threesomes because he thinks that other sex that he's gonna have is more interesting. Anyway, this is the search term. Nope, that's an N. There we go. So, this happened to be the day that I was Tuxedo Mask, and Aklis was Sailor Moon, and it was spectacular. And I was, like, carrying this around, and it was slightly annoying. And then Atlas, and then we put it on Atlas because I realized that Sailor Moon Eternal has angel wings, and it was still accurate. And it's just one of those small delights that comes from our luck chaos field, which is why we are such an entertaining pair to move through the world, creating this luck chaos with fabulous happenings, strange happenings, unlikely happenings, truly beautiful and truly outrageous happenings that could only happen if our unique fields collide. And it's incredible. Atlas, I actually had a thing that I needed to ask you, and I'm going to DM it to you. There we go. DMs. Yeah, I totally remember. And also remember how I was like, yeah, and Twitch is great for that. And also how I did not try to help or claim that I would try to help because I'm an ethical person. And I knew that I would not try to help you with that. So. There we go. Good night, Boomy. Thank you for hanging out longer than you wanted to. Even though I clearly am not a friend who has your best interests in heart. Because I want to hang out with you more. And talk about Avatar and Lindsay, and give you a reason to not like Lindsay Ellis and that be okay. But also, you should totally watch Hello Future Me. You will love Hello Future Me if you don't already watch it. He was once challenged to write, to do a video about a redemption arc without talking about Zuko, and he said, nope! And he did the whole redemption arc using Zuko as a center point. About how to write good redemption arcs. It was fantastic. He's such good shit. He's fantastic. I love him. I actually have to show Atlas the couple in context of the world building that we are doing for the RPG that we're building. Good night, Boomy! I'm a good influence! Just so that that's the memory that you fall asleep with. Good influence, Saf! You like me. I'm good for you. I'm not bad for you. Night. I'm gonna go back to reading crossword things, because I think I got the answer for the question of the day from everybody. Everything you ever want, everything you ever need. Victim of sunburn. Atlas. Turning it away. Concentrate. Like orange juice? Nope. Nope. Focus. Roulette? I have no idea. Relative group. I love how difficult this is. Chanted. When coal, glass, and oil are delivered. Like fossil fuels? Maybe fossil fuels. Snippy. Anyway, Blank, you were having a very... If Blank is still here, Blank, you were having a very interesting weekend, and I want to hear about it. Also, who is actually doing... I wish I had some way of knowing who was in the crossword. Because it's, like, fun to know who's actually, like, chilling in there with me. One's called... Christy... Emperor. Where silence reigns. Least emotional. I might follow you. Peace. Spread out. Shed. Tyranny begins. Oh, that's good. Ball. Oh, very nice. Quebec's planes of status quo group. Two things. Oh god, I just don't want to know. Uno. I thought it was one. Some of the crossword then switched to video games. Blank, what are you playing? You had a very unexpected and, I mean, I suppose indie heavy set of video games. And I remember when I came and exploded your Pyrex casserole dish with my chaos powers. When it is not tempered by Atlas's luck powers, it can be a little unruly. I apologize. That was probably my fault. I destroyed Mr. Blank's casserole dish with my careless chaos powers. And there was a literal explosion. Like, boom explosion. Oh, of course it's Magic the Gathering. Oh, hey, look, wait. Is it slightly high? It's slightly high. Hold on. Hold on, check this out. Look, it's me in Magic the Gathering. Although when I say that that's me in Magic the Gathering, I am merely talking about a completely accidental and totally incidental... There's a word that means when you look like something. It's that word. As opposed to when I went to Dragon Con, we went to a booth and it was just like, oh yeah, Atlas is a fucking model for this goddamn fucking artist that does things with like Lin-Manuel Miranda and shit. Friend who's moving away, some dinner, pack a bunch of stuff, nerd memorabilia. Okay, Blank, what was the most impressive nerd memorabilia? Or the nerd memorabilia you were most jealous of? And also the nerd memorabilia that you think that I would be the most jealous of. I like being an angel. It's weird to be a nerd angel with, like, nerd earrings. Smacker. Bam. Notwithstanding. 72 is notwithstanding. And if you do that often, that's 58. I wasn't super jealous of any of it. I guess the actual chain shirt. Actual chain shirt. Chain like chain or chain like chain mail? What were the nerd fandoms that were represented? Also, if you want to talk about literally anything else, just talk about that instead. Because I haven't seen you in, like, days. And I almost feel like that day doesn't count because I had to make that Jane up the next day. And chainmail. That's reasonable. And by actual, do you just mean that it was, like, actual chainmail or that it was steel? Because I had an obsessive boyfriend in college who, instead of just getting fucking aluminum, had to get authentic steel chainmail and then couldn't actually fucking do the Ren Fair because he got too hot and tired, and then I had to sit with him instead of doing the Ren Fair. Still salty. He had to be a very authentic knight. Should I watch Star Trek? Steel, heavy, extravagant gift. Yeah, Blank, don't be jealous. It makes you not be able to have fun. It makes you ruin your girlfriend's day. And by day, I mean like a whole big thing where they take you to their home state and their home Ren fair, and you don't get to have fun because he gets like hot and gets whiny if you leave him. He gets hot and tired and gets whiny if you leave him. And doesn't even look that good because it's just fucking steel chainmail. It just looks boring. Ah, Voyix here. Footprint, maybe. Oh yeah, Blank, I've heard that before. I'd be happy to take curation if you like. I've taken curation from one other person. That person was not a cool person. Show me the picture and I was like, did he make that costume himself from scraps? Right, Atlas, it did not look good. It was steel. It was authentic because he was that kind of dude. And he ruined my day. And Atlas, when you go to my home fair with me, you are not gonna ruin my day. You're gonna be fucking fun and awesome because that's what a Ren fair is for, not fucking steel fucking chainmail, and also getting extremely jealous of my best friend liking my tummy. Poking me in the tummy and helping me lace up into a thing. That dude once stuck in his car for weird reasons outside of my best friend's home. Steel chainmail? Okay, you know what? I will tell you. Okay, I'm not sure if there was any nerd memorabilia that you'd be jealous of either. Are you a Lord of the Rings fan? Well, I am a... I respect it as a thing. But it's kind of boring and lots of boys and very little believable characterization in the things that I like about things like that. So... let's say it's very Lindsay Ellis-y for me. I respect the place it has in the history and legacy of the things that I do love very deeply. But I have a difficult time enjoying it of its own merits. Every single time I try to read it, I have no problem with The Hobbit, and I, get lost somewhere in the middle of Two Towers, and I have a hilarious... literally since my mid to early teens box set of softcover Hobbit and the entire trilogy where it's super clear where I keep falling off from just the state of the spines. I literally tried to do this with audiobooks and I still fell off in the middle of Two Towers. Still. I can't do it. I have, however, watched all of the extended movies in a theater in a row. And that was fun. And it was hilarious because it was more than 10 years after it had come out in theaters. And it was the first time it became clear to all of the people that I went with just how much of this movie had been memeified in the intervening years. Also, guys, I don't know if you've noticed, orcs are the Americans. Actual line from the movie. Meat's back on the menu, boys! Orcs are the Americans. Everyone else is English. Also, you can do what the hell you want. Wait, Actus, what are you talking about? Are you talking about being in chainmail and being able to do whatever the hell you want? Because legitimately, being in steel chainmail and walking around in like the hot sun is actually like, what the fuck, this is hard. I am not saying that you couldn't do it because you're you. He was still like, college boyfriend getting jealous. Oh yeah, I mean, I wasn't doing anything. He just got jealous all the fucking time. He got jealous of other people who were attracted to me. It was annoying as fuck. I didn't even do anything. I was just getting my like thing corset like laced up. And also, fuck it. It's not ugh, fuck. Yeah, no, you're right. Thank you. Everyone else can't be English. If it's a British World War II allegory, there's gotta be the French. Thank you for saying that, because I am so fucking sick of our, like, tentpole media all being World War II allegories. I can't stop making fun of Star Wars for being World War II allegories long after that's interesting. Which is why, and I'm not going to get into this right now, but The Last Jedi was objectively excellent, fantastic. Wasn't what? A World War One? Oh, World War One allegory. That would make it less relevant. But I'm not gonna get into it. It could be, and probably. I mean, it's also one of the better ones, I guess, because it actually is about, like, being irreparably traumatized, I guess. Alright, here's where I'm gonna land on this. Tolkien is not white nonsense. I get that there's quality to Tolkien that is legitimately quality by any standards. However, it happened to be quality that came at a time and place that made it foundational, and very little of the imitators after it were as actively talented, and unfortunately probably diluted his legacy by being worse at it than him. Of white nonsense? No, Blank, it's not even about it being white nonsense. It's just fucking old. Like, it's just not relevant. Do you have any idea how much more there is for us to dissect? This is not, like, there is a whole generation beyond the generation that I am in. And you. The number of generations that give zero shits about the experiential trauma of being in World War II is too many. For it to be goddamn fucking relevant. Especially since it's never about the things that are actually important about World War II. And here's where I'm embarrassed by how often I bring this up, because clearly I have a chip on my shoulder about not being respected enough. But I have a fucking master's in political science and I actually know about this shit. But World War II was actually crucial to creating the modern nation-state system that we rely on and that makes the world not suck. But that means that it's the absolute foundational piece of what the modern world that we all grew up in is based on. Trying to give us stories about that conflict is insane. People writing it at this point can't possibly have anything meaningful to say about it that isn't simulacra. The Vietnam allegories all have to be rated R. Yeah, and Vietnam was better than World War II, but still, that didn't happen to us. It has a little bit more to do with the modern world and the shaping of the modern world, but it's basically history. It's just not good. Here's what's happened, right? So film came of age in a way that made it, economically, modern, commercialized, viable, whatever, in a time where these were the things. However, then, and this is the thing that Red talks about a lot from OSP, writers kept learning how to write from other pieces of writing rather than from their lives and from the worlds that they were from. And as a result, we keep imitating other things that we've read, which is often how, for example, female characters get flattened and flattened and flattened. Which is not to say that they're great to begin with, but it's how, like, tropes appear where you think, don't people know better than this? Don't they know any women? But they're not writing based on women that they know. They're writing based on tropes that they've read. And the same thing happens where we keep writing World War II over and over again. And honestly, the only piece of modern media that I have seen that was about World War I that was good, I think it was World War I, is Downton Abbey. Hands down. And I can't think of another good one. And by good, I mean meaningful. Because within the context of Downton Abbey, what World War I was doing was showing how this massive disruptive force absolutely broke all of the fake societal rules that were running the entire society we were watching, and forced the artifice upon everybody and made it crumble. And it was an actually really exceptional view of a world having to face modernization. And that is interesting to watch in a way that is meaningful, because facing modernization is a thing that we never stop doing. Especially when you do it with eyes wide open like that. Because if you had done it in a way that was too old-fashioned, you would not have had a wide variety of perspectives and types of people through whose eyes through which you saw this. It was just modern enough that, like, one of the main characters was gay. And I actually have to talk about this, but let me check what Blank is saying. Maybe about the war we lived through would be more relevant, but that's still too political for Hollywood. Plus, the war was officially still happening until this year. Blank, actually, okay, so first of all, I tried to bring something like this point up in college, which was something like 10 years ago, which is, wait a second. No. Yes. Hold on, I'm calculating my age for a second. 10. No, wait, more than that. Okay, more like 15 years ago. So, it was pointed out to me that it turns out that actually media like that is made in the time that it is relevant more often than not. I was complaining about specifically the movie Trade Center or whatever, the fucking thing about the Twin Towers, because that was so the September 11th thing actually was like a pretty traumatizing event for me. I am from New York, and it was badly handled, but the big thing that was extremely, so it was like a bad day, because like I also our school handled it very badly, and they wouldn't tell us what happened, and my father was a doctor in the city, and I didn't know exactly where, and I wasn't sure if like he was safe, and nobody would tell me anything, and I didn't know what was going on, because they didn't tell us anything. And you know, I went home, I found out everything, my dad was okay, his hospital was on call, but it turned out that he didn't even end up getting any patients. However, I have a very distinct memory of the fact that after I found out that my dad was safe, I thought that the impact of this terrorist attack on my life was over. And I was in 7th grade. So here's what happened. I believe I was actually in 6th grade. But anyway, here's what happened. No, 7th grade. Turns out, it changed my entire life. Almost immediately. And forever. Because I grew up, and I don't know if any of you have seen Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. There is an incredible song called Jap Battle. I was like an hour from the plane that went down in PA. Holy shit, a ton of people from my school went there to try to help. Didn't turn out to be much we could do. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, so basically, so I thought that once it turned out to have not directly affected my family, however, there were other people in, like, my middle school that I was in who, yeah, like, worked in the trade center, shit like that, like, but once I realized that it did not affect me specifically, I thought it was over. However, it ended up changing my life literally forever. So, I was talking about Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and I'm gonna share the song that I'm talking about, which is from this exceptional show called Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. It's a musical. It's called Jap Battle. Jap in this case being Jewish American princess. Correct. Jewish American princess. So, I grew up in the center of this world. Literally where the Jap battle is a rap battle about two Jewish American princesses, which are two women who grew up exactly where I grew up. And here's the thing, it's an exceptionally accurate portrait of the place that I grew up. I grew up in a place where, as a child, without any context, I grew up, literally starting second grade, something like that. I grew up believing that America and white people were half Christian and half Jewish, because the place that I grew up, the question that you were asked was, are you Muslim are you Christian or are you Jewish? That's what white people were, and it was about 50-50. It was a highly Jewish area, and that's why these Jewish heroines from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend are from the place that I grew up. It's actually like, and not even just that, Jap, Jewish American princess, was basically a thing that I grew up with that term, because that is something that was characterized, that like was used to characterize people around where I grew up ever since I was young. So like I said, growing up, I was always asked, are you Christian or Jewish? That's what people asked. That's what kids asked each other when I was growing up. The thing that changed forever after September 11th is that people learned what Muslims were. Because when I would answer, I'm neither, I'm Muslim, they just were like blank stare, which is fine. When everyone suddenly knows what a Muslim is because of a terrorist attack that changes the entire country / world / history, that fucks with you. Well, I was just telling people how common that delusion for people from northeastern U.S. metros, despite Jews being a tiny minority religion, it blew my friend's mind that less than 2% of the U.S. is Jewish. Lurk off to stream now. Oh, Atlas is streaming. Thank you for telling me so I don't like get confused when I'm like, Jesus, did I miss a whole Atlas stream? Atlas, what are you streaming? Are you streaming Gris? Or Gree? Anyway, so I 100%, Blank, you're completely right. I honestly am delighted that I was not alone in this. I happened to... Is it actually Gree? Okay, it's not important. Did I miss anything? Before you leave, did I miss any rants? You don't have to stay here for any of the rants. But did I miss any rants so that I can put them on the list and make sure that I cover them? Also, did you ever answer my question? You did not. Yes, you did. 27 minutes ago, so it's my own fucking fault. Bright Shadowrun. Oh, right, because I have absolutely no idea what could possibly be in common between Bright and Shadowrun. Could you tell me that before you leave? Isn't Shadowrun kind of based on being, like, cyberpunk? And Bright is just not? It's like Tolkien-esque, except in modern times. Like, please explain before you leave and play Gree. World setting in near future magic returns orcs and elves with race cars and shoguns. You're not even close to alone in that. I had it until I moved away from Philly and started meeting more people from the outside north. Quintessential urban fantasy with a very similar world origin. Honestly, I honestly thought that urban fantasy is not what cyberpunk was. I really thought that cyberpunk deeply relied on having really important aspects of, like, the cyberpunk, like, high-tech fantasy, like, you know, like, minds and computers, or, you know, like dystopian levels of, you know, corporate takeover of cyber and general, like, technologic soulless reach into like human life and humanity type of thing. Also, Shadowrun is near future cyberpunk. No, I'm wrong. I believe both of you over me. I just had this impression that, like, that Bright's urban fantasy had nothing technological to it, had no sort of, like, techno-futurism to it, which I thought was really crucial to the Shadowrun mythos and aesthetic, which I don't know enough about any of this to remotely... Like, I don't think that I'm right. It's just what I thought. I thought that they had nothing to do with each other. But you're also not wrong. Oh, that makes me feel less stupid. Or at least less... No, not stupid. I'm trying to set a better example. Less unobservant. So it sounds like, between what Blank and Atlas are saying, and Atlas, by all means, ignore what I'm saying and move on to your life. It sounds like between what Blank and Atlas are saying, there is both a very reasonable way to read Bright as being very Shadowrun-y, and a reasonable way if you have your focus in completely different areas to read it as I saw it as very different. Gotcha. So for me, I thought of the aspects that you're seeing as like common between Bright and Shadowrun, I found as totally incidental, because I found them to be just urban fantasy and totally irrelevant to like insofar as Shadowrun is urban fantasy, it seemed irrelevant to me because it was cyberpunk. Yeah, because urban fantasy is its own thing. Urban fantasy is like literally fucking like Twilight is urban fantasy. Harry Potter is urban fantasy. I would love to have an example that people don't have an easy time denigrating, because urban fantasy is an awesome genre. I mean, Once Upon a Time is urban fantasy. Anyway. Urban fantasy is a perfectly awesome genre, and cyberpunk is a genre that has more requirements, which is why I sort of never thought, which is why I thought Bright was urban fantasy and not cyberpunk, and, right. Urban fantasy, to me, is more modern world. Cyberpunk is usually near future and about the impact of tech on people. Yeah, that's very close to my... Perdido Street Station Cunning. Hi, Quill! What are you saying? Like, the examples you just gave are urban fantasy and very different from... Yeah, exactly. My point being that I saw Bright as being urban fantasy, not cyberpunk. Because cyberpunk has a lot going on in it that is not urban fantasy, that is crucial to it being cyberpunk. Whereas, which I thought of Shadowrun as being not just cyberpunk, but like among the foundational important texts of cyberpunk, in the same way that Neuromancer is an important like early foundational text of cyberpunk. I don't know if I'm right. This is the weird thing about being a person who cares about media and tries to know things like this without actively caring about and liking things like this. I enjoyed Snow Crash quite a lot. I will say that. I had like a really weird... Bright wasn't cyberpunk, but its world used the same origin story as Shadowrun. I don't see that as being like a big deal, but I can see how that would seem like a big deal. Cool. Quill, what's up? Keep meeping. How are you doing? I have a question of the day now. And a crossword. I'm gonna drink more port and hope I'm not making a fool of myself. Please tell me more. Can I help? Can I support you? Saf runs off. Nope, Saf does not run off. It's here. Never mind. Wait, no, Saf runs off. I need to pee. I'll be right back. Should I do the thing? Here. I'm just peeing. I'll be right back. I'm not that big a deal once I've watched the movie, but when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh, someone made a Shadowrun movie. I want to watch it. And then I watched the actual movie. I'm not really. Read Perdido's Street Station. Okay, just catching up. Peppermint died on the force. Oh. I have a new kitten now. A couple of people didn't think I'd survive without a cat. God, I am so sorry. I don't know what I would do. Quill, but I am glad that you're back. I remember trying to Saffrantet. Yeah, when my childhood cat died, my parents were completely broken, and they were like, "We will never own a cat again." And I was like, "You guys should get another cat." And they were like, "We'll never own another cat again." They have not gotten another cat yet, so it's not like this is gonna end with me being some kind of sarcasm. I'm just saying that, like, I get the whole like, another cat will fix it, but it's like, I mean, when I was visiting at home, so yeah, like context, I just got back from. Yes, yes, do that, Quill. We want to meet the new kitten. What's the new kitten's name? Wow. It's quite a leap. It's okay? No? Fine. Thunder, come here. You're such a beautiful kitty. Quill. What's your kitten's name? How old is they? No, it's awful to lose a pet. HRH Queen Anna Beanie Curiosity Diglett Extraordinaire LLC. Cool, you have the best cat names. Also, Diglett was my favorite Pokemon in my earliest Pokemon games. Because I would go into the Diglett cave and the Diglett slash Doug trio with its like magnitude and shit and dig and all that stuff was just like one of the strongest things that I always ever had. So I love Diglett. And I would just go like, I would just always do the Diglett, like, I just like Digletting. Digletting. Diglett dig, Diglett dig, Diglett dig, Diglett dig. Anyway, Quill. Question of the day. What's a skill you really want to learn, and what's holding you back? Also, I'm so happy that I have a nose stud now. I was supposed to keep my ring in for 6 weeks, but then I went to a bathhouse with Ro, and I seem to have lost it, which was fine because I already had a piercing there, so I don't think it was that big a deal that I didn't wait 6 weeks. So I just took one of my old studs and put it in, and I'm so pleased because I really prefer my green stud. And we are doing the Sunday Crossword, and I'm pleased with how long it's taking. Oh, you're such a good boy, kitty. Flight, gravity. Wait. So, flight is the skill. Fair enough. I was definitely one of those people who would have fantasies all the time as a kid of flying. Although, if I'm honest, and I don't really want to be, I had a lot more fantasies of flying in the context of, like, vengeance-filled, like, triumphant having of magical and supernatural powers. Where I, like, overthrow all of the, like, other people. Urban Fantasy Rex. I didn't say that HP was problematic. I said that it was controversial. I don't want words put in my mouth. I have I won't say complicated. I have robust positions about Harry Potter as well. I totally had an interaction with a Dragon Con what's it called? Vendor that included the words because he was saying that, like, oh yeah, I mean, like, you know, as long as you're not buying things from Rowling, it's like cool, but like I was like, yeah, but it's not fun to celebrate anymore, and that's true. Where the mountain climbers train. Glitch. Blank, is urban fantasy a big genre for you? And is it mostly books? Bad blood in Beijing. I'm very curious about this. Motorist's winter aid. Is this going to be the first ever crossword that we don't finish on stream, guys? I'm shocked and appalled. Not appalled. But still, come on. We're all a little thrown, right? Oh, guys, I'm so excited. I've been working so hard on professionalizing my whole thing. So professional. Calling it a thing. But for real, like, I have been doing all of this excellent work. Oh, kitty. Are you chewing on my... No, you're not. We're good. Authors. Cool. Chill cat. Do you have anything to say? We are doing a crossword. Okay, blank. So, you know Dorian Grayscale, right? Also comes to Jane Knight. It's the only other person who comes to Jane Knight who's not me and Aklis. Anyway, so Dorian Grayscale posted a thing about, like, Kentucky something, and I was like, what? This vaguely sounds like something I should remember. But a combination of drinking and, like, at least 60, 70, maybe even 80%, not drinking but just ADHD means that I only remember that it had something to do with Kentucky and not any of the context. Could you tell me why there was Kentucky people referenced? Because otherwise I'm at a loss. Bourbon. Great. Cool. No one knows. Even better. Excellent. Well, that's fine. I don't like covering up my awesome bee face. Look at my bee face. So good. Let's put it up in this corner so that I don't have to cover my bee face anymore. There we go. Oh man, I have so many stories. Cat, be good. So, okay, I'm actually gonna tell a story now. Let's see if I can move this, and then move my face. Hell yes. Okay, I am actually gonna tell a story. By the way, you guys should tell me if I'm not close enough to the microphone. Anyway, oh, also, look at all my beautiful new overlays. Beautiful new overlay items done by Moni, as in Mononoke Draws. And I have watched a bunch of Sex Education. I have not watched the last season. I've watched two-ish seasons, roughly. But anyway, B. Kake is the one who drew this incredible fucking commission of me, which blows me away. Guys, look how awesome I look. Oh my god. And ironically, in line with today's question of the day, I think that Atlas is down to like fuck with music until all my music is Atlas music. So, my god, Gillian Anderson is fucking amazing, right? Gillian Anderson as David Bowie in American Gods was too much. I think a bisexual would lose their minds. Just explode. Or implode. Anyway. So... the fuck was I talking about? Okay, so, Atlas. As we all know... Oh, hello, boy. Cat. Oh my god, black and white penguin and black and white cat are just interacting in my background. Along with black and white art, as a matter of fact. Anyway, let's continue. So, when we were at Dragon Con, as we all know, I have pretty severe ADHD. Needs medication. The medication that I take is Adderall. It's fantastic. It makes me a normal human. It's amazing. I love it very much. It's the sort of medication that when you're doing something like a Dragon Con, you just offer the person that you're with, because it makes mornings and energy and shit a lot easier. Now, Atlas on Adderall is tons of fucking fun for me. I love when Atlas takes Adderall. And the best part is that he can't tell a difference at all, which tracks. Complete side note, Atlas, I've had to actively sit down and like really think about, with tremendous effort, whether or not Atlas might have ADHD. Here's the thing. And here's probably a major part of my attraction to him, despite him being super the wrong gender. For my preferences. He has a ton of the, like, shallow symptoms of ADHD. Except, here's the reason he definitely doesn't have ADHD. I have seen this. He can just stop. He can just choose to, for example, just wake up and go to work, or just, like, stop being fixated on the thing and do something more important. He can decide to stop. So, I mean, there's this, like, really non-trivial portion of my attraction to him, which has to do with the fact that without actually having the biochemical necessity, he can get just as obsessive and interested in things as I do. He can get just as into things. He can just get... He has a lot of shallow things, except that the really important symptom, which is that it has to disrupt your life, that's where it stops. He can stop before it starts to disrupt his life, which means that he definitely doesn't have it. Oh, blank. Oh, he is such a manic pixie dream boy. He's got shonen... He's got shoujo anime boy sparkles coming off of him. He is such a fucking manic pixie dream boy. It is not right. It's not fair or okay. You should not be a man who has sex like a woman. It's not a thing that's allowed. He's a bishi. Blank, I deeply love you for being around so much. For being on my streams. And I say a thing that I've been trying not to say, but let's fucking face it. I will fail to not say anything that I try not to say. Given enough time, I just have to accept, as an ADHD person, that I will eventually say all the things. As a public service to the world, we need to put Atlas in so many cosplays. You are not wrong. So as a person with ADHD, I just have to accept that, like, any thought that is recurrent, I will eventually say all of them. Which is why I like, legitimately try to proactively inform people who want to tell me anything that remotely might be a secret. Like, hey, look, here's the thing. And it's not that I can't do it. It's that it really takes a proactive measuring and allotment of beans that I have to do. It can be done. In fact, I'm quite good at keeping personal matters in my private romantic relationship with Atlas private. We were recently talking about this. I'm quite good at compartmentalizing the given name that Atlas has from Atlas, and our Safklas relationship from our actual given name relationship. Yo, Scrubby! What's good, everybody, and how's it going? Well, here's how it's going. We're doing some Sunday Crossword, and we're doing some Question of the Day. So here's them both while I continue to chat and drink port. Here's the crossword. You can click on that and literally type right in. And here is the question of the day. So welcome. Party on. I'm drinking some port. And chatting. So yeah, Atlas does not have ADHD, but super, like, has a lot of the more fun outward exhibitions, like a lot of the things that look like hyperfocus and just, you know, obsessive interest in, like, very specific things, and, like, you know, like the staying up late, and it's just, like, a lot of little things seem very ADHD-ish. It's just that I have watched him, and I've watched very, very carefully, and this person is able to rein it in at will. Which, by the way, it's not just that I am attracted to the concept of somebody who has things in common with me. It's almost stronger because other people with ADHD, they don't have a choice. This is a person who seems to be choosing that kind of hyperfocus. That's the thing. It's not just the coping mechanisms, right? It's the good stuff, right? Like, he allows himself to get obsessive about things in the way that hyperfocus is kind of a non-optional thing for people with ADHD. It makes me feel incredibly validated to have a person, you know, who kind of has everything. He's very smart, he's very attractive, he's very interesting, creative, whatever. He chooses to be like me. There are ways in which he chooses to be like me as opposed to choosing to be like NT people when he has a choice. And that does make me feel incredibly validated. All of that fucking crazy, like, I don't know if you hear his goddamn stories about, like, trying to build a D&D pad, and not D&D, goddammit, DDR pad, and just, like, you know, he's just kind of an obsessive nerd in a way that feels very ADHD. He gets fixated on things. He has, like, creative problem solving that comes from these fixations and stuff, and he just follows them. It's just that the difference between him and ADHD people and the rest of us is that he can choose to stop because something is more important, because he needs to go to sleep, because he needs to wake up, because he needs to go to a meeting. Whereas for me, that's like, that's not a thing that I just have agency over. So I'm certain that he does not have ADHD. He really, really does seem to be neurotypical. He just seems to be special in that instead of being neurotypical in a way that fits with the neurotypical world. He seems to be neurotypical where he's chosen the things that are a little more like me. Yeah! But when he takes Adderall, he's tremendously fun. So, the thing about ADHD... well, yeah. Is that it's not that there's much that it causes that is super unique. It's that the degree or the scale to which it causes it is untenable. So, very often, and one of the most harmful and... I try not to say this too often, but I can't think of a better word right now, but toxic, harmful things that you can say to somebody who has ADHD is trying to explain it to you, is say something along the lines of, oh, that happens to me too. Because here's the thing. Almost every single fucking symptom of ADHD is a thing that every single person experiences, but the way that an ADHD person experiences them is to an untenable degree or like prolonged period of time or intensity to the point where like an NT person can break out of it and just not do it. I mean, a completely classic example is like, you know, an NT person might totally experience being like fixated on a thing to the point that it like fucks with them being able to fall asleep. But how long, really? Because I once had a completely random stray thought about the idea of having a book arch at my wedding. I didn't give a fuck, okay? But I couldn't sleep because I had to like not just look up how to make one in all of the ways. I had to look up Craigslist and look for fucking bookshelves that were appropriate nearby. I couldn't sleep for hours and I had to do these things just to try to hope that my brain would allow me to go to sleep, even though I didn't even give a fuck. I did not have a book arch at my wedding. I just saw this and vaguely thought that it would be a thing, but my brain would not let it go until I did all this garbage. And great, does it happen all the time and impede you from having the life that you want? If yes, you probably have ADHD. If no, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. Right, so one of the very, very tricky things about having ADHD and navigating the world, especially like with a, you know, with a new diagnosis, is to explain to people that like it's an ADHD people almost exclusively have symptoms that NT people have experienced, but never to the extent, to the severity that ADHD people have where it starts to fuck with your life. And so Atlas is almost like that thought experiment of like, what if somebody decided to do ADHD things except like only to the point where it didn't fuck with their life? He's like that. That's the fun thing about him. So Atlas is a really smart dude. I don't think this shocks anybody. He's a very intelligent guy. One of the things that he finds harder, which is like no shade, it's actually fucking difficult. Something that I respect him for recognizing as difficult is like emotional processing work. Emotional labor is hard for him. I fucking respect him for recognizing that, because especially for men, because men have had way less just consistent training since the time they were fucking born to learn and practice how to do this. So he's found himself an adult recognizing that there are certain kinds of intellectual chores that take way more beans than others. Emotional labor takes way more of his energy than non-emotional labor. And in general, Atlas is not somebody who's like awesome at like multitasking, for example. Not a weird thing, not a big thing, whatever. Here's how Atlas is tremendously fun on Adderall. So I gave him some Adderall because, you know, at Dragon Con, if you had a severely ADHD partner who's got a fuck ton of it, why wouldn't you take a thing that helps you get up earlier, get going faster, and be able to like just have more energy for a single weekend? So one of the things that's hilarious is that he has absolutely no capacity to recognize. Well, I guess I should back up a little bit and explain what happens when you take Adderall in your NT. So it's actually pretty difficult to tell that it's doing anything. And this is hysterical for me to watch on anybody. Because people are like, oh yeah, no, I felt very normal. And then they describe themselves behaving in a way that is like, how often do you do that? Oh, only on good days. How often do you have good days? Oh, like once a month. Isn't it weird that happened today? So Adderall tends to get you to be in a way that you recognize as a way that you can be completely normally without taking anything. But that tends to be at like you functioning at a very high level in a way that you don't usually, but like in ways that are fully familiar to you. So you're very good. Stuff we were never taught to do is hard. I still do a lot of my emotional processing with music because it's a way that was allowed. Right. Blank. And that's emotional processing. Emotional labor, as in when you're actually dealing with another person, that shit you cannot. But yeah, so Raven's resub, Raven. I drew a picture of you, sort of you, quote unquote of you, on Lunch's stream yesterday. It was a stream of the theory of the concept of you trying to get Flute Dog on Lunch's stream. I love you, Raven. I miss you. I was just talking about you to Ro today. Hi. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Raven. Okay. Cool. Raven can't hear me. It's fine. Raven is working and can't hear me. I'll continue with the stuff that I was talking about, Atlas. So, or about Adderall. Whatever. It's fine. So, it's really funny to watch people who are not used to Adderall. Emotional labor for other people is even harder, but active listening is kind of like hyper focusing on a person a little. Yeah, I mean, if you're unused to emotional labor, which more or less, broadly speaking, all men are less used to it than all women who have been required to learn it to survive for various reasons, and men often don't have to. But it means that, like, yeah, it takes just, like, more units of labor, more units of effort for men to do emotional labor, to do emotional processing, etc., than women in theory. Like, I definitely find myself just being like, oh, yeah, this is how to backseat emotionally manage this man's ego. Like, without even thinking. There was a whole thing where I was dressed as Belle. Me and Atlas were Belle and Beast on our first night out at Dragon Con. And there was this vendor who was talking to me. And I remember Atlas, again, this is like sort of how like people who pronounce my name is not like English. So it's like not a traditional English name. It's a foreign name. So I've always had people like trying to pronounce it, and I just have like 6 different like mispronunciations of it that all register to me as my name, my given name. And other people, my friends, it drives them fucking crazy when they say my name wrong. I barely even notice it. Plug of a sort. Isn't it butt plug? Butt plug could be right. And also, Blank, why don't you just go put it in yourself? I know you either have or know how to get the thing. I put it in just because I thought it was funny. But by all means, go and put in the correct one. Okay. I mean, I put anal plug. You know that I put anal plug, so I figured you were like, oh no, this is more right than that. But yeah, so it's very normal to just not... Okay, so you changed anal to butt. Fine. So it's super normal to take Adderall, find yourself able to do all of the things that you could do on a perfect moment, and not notice that you're doing more of them than you normally would, all on top of each other for a longer period of time and with like sort of greater magnitude. Which happens to Ackles when I let him take my Adderall. Which has not happened a bunch of times. But we did it at Dragon Con because it's the perfect kind of place to be like, hey, yeah, take the stimulant, it'll help. Oh my god, is he fucking fun on Adderall. So one of the things that happens to him is that, like, you know, of all of his kinds of his brain functions, the one that is like least highly developed is emotional processing, because he's a dude and he's a fucking brilliant dude, which means that he, like, insofar as there is anything that's lower than the others, emotional processing is it. Nothing in the universe has particularly made him be good at it. So he's like all of a sudden like super, super good at emotional processing. And that's fun. But also, he just does things that he thinks are very normal for him that he does not realize are, like, in theory, but it's still a little weird for you to go this far. So, for example, he can be somebody who can be a little bit stressy about time and stuff. Like, we were shopping. He did something not super like him. He basically was like, hang on a second. And then he ran away. Ran away. He ran all the way down several rows of shops, said something to a person, and then ran back. He had never done this before. He never did this since. He doesn't do this on the street. This is not super common behavior for him. Here's what happened. He saw a cosplayer. The cosplayer was very lovely, dressed very attractively. This cosplayer was also fat. And he typically tends to want to go out of his way to compliment people who are fat, who are just down, be like, fuck you, and like look awesome. He tends to want to compliment those people more often. So he ran off to chase a person that he saw that fit this criteria that he wanted to compliment. When he came back, he told me this, and he was like, I mean, I always do this. I had to point out to him, like, yeah, it's not that you would not have the instinct to do this. It's just that we've been at this con a bit, and also I've been with you a bit. You don't usually run that far to achieve this ends. And that's the thing. For him, it's just like, oh yeah, no, this is the thing that I would do. But for me, the thing that's fun is that he goes further to be himself at the highest levels of being Ackles than he ever does when he's not on Adderall. And it's tremendously fun. So he has very high, like, all of a sudden, particularly high emotional processing, because that's the thing that's boosted the most. That's the thing that is, like, that is most boosted by Adderall. He, like, puts more effort and energy, like, and time, like, running off to just do stuff that's very him-like. So he's just, like, him turned up. And it is very fun for me. And the best part is that he can't tell, because for him, all of them are things that he can justify within his own head as things that he would just do. So it was tremendously fun, and I enjoyed it a ton. Let's keep doing this crossword. I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom again because of all the drinking that I'm doing. This time I'm gonna actually put the crossword on the BRB screen because that seems better. super appreciate all of that feedback, Blank. I'm also, I need to get better fucking. So, I went to. Let's back up and tell a better story, shall we? Yes. Yes, I think that we shall. Maybe? Yes. So. I went to. So, after Dragon Con, I went to my parents' place. Atlas met my parents. For those of you who have been following the Safklas Chronicles, you know that I met Atlas's parents in Iowa. Here's the thing. This is a little bit different. My parents, this time, in my early 30s, this is the first time that my parents have ever treated a new mute music. Nice. Treated a partner of mine like remotely normally. They like tried to get to know him. They were really nice to him. They tried to treat him like in group. They talked to him. It was amazing. This was like an unbelievably mundane experience that I had a bunch of times, including at Atlas's place, and I've never had in my life reciprocated. My parents, the first partner they have ever made a real effort to try to accept and treat well was Atlas. So this was a big deal for me. So one of the very cultural traditional things that came up was, as we were about to leave, they gave me some money, because it's the thing that they do. And then they were like, Saf, we want to give Atlas money. Should we don't know, like, where you are or what, like, how you would take it or whatever. And I was like, look, guys, here's the thing. Whatever you do, everything that you've done, I have given Atlas contextual. I've given him context to understand where you're coming from and to be able to interpret it. So, I'm not going to take responsibility for this decision. If you want to give him money, I'm going to make sure that he takes it correctly. However, I'm not going to let you make that decision mine. And they gave him money. And this is, as you know, that I never tire of making fun of him for. A fucking 40-something-year-old adult grown man. But it doesn't matter, because in my culture, you kind of give a parting gift / money to, like, your kids. And that was them really working hard to treat him like in group. And it was a big deal, because even the fucking guy that I married, there was a whole drama which Atlas just learned about on this trip. I'm not going to go into it at the moment, but ask me about it later. It's not that I don't want to share it broadly speaking, it's just that it's not the mood I'm in right now. But ask me about it sometime. But let's just say, did not treat him like that, and they were not going to fuck that up again. Atlas was the first boyfriend that I got to have a completely standard experience, like meet the parents experience with. It was incredibly special to me. And part of it included my parents giving a parting gift of money to me and to him. The parting gift of money to me, they took me aside and made very clear, was absolutely to be for fun, not for bills. They were very clear. They said to call them if I had any problems, but that the money that they were giving me right in that moment as I was leaving with Atlas was a gift for my enjoyment. It's also a very cultural thing. And obviously, the thing that I want to use it for is streaming. Obviously, the thing that I love, the thing that I want to be able to do, the thing that I'm not yet at the point of being able to 100% use to pay all of my living expenses and bills, but that in theory if I really put the work in, if I really, if I have enough talent combined with enough effort and luck, I could. It's not out of the question. So, to further that ambition, I'm using the gift of money that my parents gave me and gave me very explicitly to not be for practical reasons. I am upgrading my setup. And it's nice that it's going to be linked forever with a gift that my parents gave Atlas too, just to be culturally accepting. It's nice. I'm very pleased. Honestly, a very the main reason why my parents had this change of heart is because when my husband started to abuse me and things got very bad, they basically found out through the grapevine. I never went to them for help. I went to more or less anybody else for help, slash whatever. When they realized that they had so shattered our relationship that life and death was on the line for me and I still wouldn't go to them, they realized that they had fucked up. And I could not respect them more for recognizing that mistake on their own part and doing something to change it. So I don't know, if you've ever felt like there was something that was not ideal for you but it was too late to change, fuck it. I think that you're wrong. I'm in my 30s and my parents, who are 10 years apart in age, just to give you a minimum of the age that we're talking about, to say nothing of the cultural discrepancies, the fact that both of them are first generation immigrants. They both grew up in other countries. They were able to realize from the perceivable outcomes of their choices, recognize that there was a bad outcome that they could take responsibility for and they could change that. Like I said, I'm in my early 30s. We're talking about people in their late 50s and 60s, and they changed. They changed in such a big way that the human that I married, they barely begrudgingly met when I was dating. And Atlas, they went out of their way to make feel welcome, to give the whole red carpet treatment of acceptance and love, including our desi ritual of giving a gift of money when you're leaving. And it was so real, I could tell. I could absolutely tell that it was real. My parents decided that they made the wrong choices and they changed. Which is incredibly inspiring to me. Because my belief, my long-term belief that, like, it was always an excuse to say that, oh, dogs can't change their spots, fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit. If you are actually behaving based on a value, that value doesn't have to change for you to have insight that you've not been fulfilling that value. It is not a huge change. If it's a matter of shifting your behavior to meet that value that you've been trying to meet for 20 years, it's actually not that big a change. If you're just determined to find an excuse to be a bigot, yeah, no, of course it's not gonna work. That's why I think that it's garbage. I think this is bullshit. Because I've seen it. People who are sincere, and I know my parents have been sincere the whole time. These are people who have always been good people. They're people who use their time and their energy and their money to bring medicine to under-resourced communities, underprivileged communities in underprivileged countries. That is what they used all of their spare time and money They literally built a nonprofit from the ground up in order to just travel to various underprivileged communities all over the world and give them free medical care. That is what they did with their time. The fact that they treated me badly, it's something that I always recognized was them just not understanding. They thought that they were doing the best thing. They really did. And my proof of that is that when they had proof that they were wrong, they changed. Which is why I hold everyone to the standard of being able to change if they have evidence that they are not actually meeting the standards that they claim to be driven by. So yeah. My parents followed the Desi tradition of giving me and Aklis money when we left. It was incredibly touching for me because it was them treating him like family, despite the fact that I wasn't married to him, despite the fact that I'm technically married to another person, despite the fact that he's not Muslim, that they don't approve of premarital or non-marital sex or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter. They just treated it. They finally treated him just like a person that I loved. And it was incredible for me, even though a lot of people have probably experienced this when they were teenagers. I've never had that kind of acceptance of something or someone important in my life. It was moving. It was amazing. And with that monetary gift that they gave me, I'm extremely excited to upgrade my streaming setup. So yeah. I had a setup that was as upgraded as I thought that it could be until I worked harder and got further, but they gave me a gift that they insisted had to be for me, and you all know that my dream is to never have to go back into that white nonsense world of bowing and scraping and pretending. I don't want to go back to that. I want to stay here. I want to earn my living here. And I know that that would be incredibly lucky. I have a small window where I can try to make it without having to go back to my, my quote unquote, like, I guess, capitalist skills. I have them. I could do it if I have to, but I don't want to put myself through that degradation anymore. Every once in a while I have this memory of what I had to think of myself in order to survive that environment. How little I had to think of myself, how grateful I had to be all the time, how much I had to believe that, like, the people who determined my fate were actually better than me, and that they determined my worth accurately. And it's only outside of that that I am able to, in any functional and healthy way, know that they were wrong. They were just people in an unfair system who happened to have power over me. So yeah, I have a little bit of runway to try to really do this. I'm really unbelievably lucky to have a mentor like Roger to be able to help me so much in figuring out what my streaming voice and persona is going to be, what my community can feel like. Give me an opportunity to have, honestly, 6 straight weeks where I'm primarily figuring out what that tone is going to be. Setting that tone, being able to figure out what kind of community I have. What should we do together? Should we do questions of the day? Should we do crosswords? Should we just run around with, like, me jumping up and down, dancing and being very ADHD, or being sexy, or dressing in cosplay? Whatever it is. I want to know what it should be. Something that we should create together. I love it. More cats. Internet likes cats. Okay, I hear you. Let's grab a little bit of catnip and make that happen. useless sapphic? What do you do with a useless sapphic? What do you do with a useless sapphic early in the morning? Figure out a thing to do on her stream. Figure out a thing to do on her stream. Figure out a thing to do on her stream early in the morning. Way up she rises, way up she rises, way up she rises early in the morning. And we have more cats. And there's number 3. God, I missed you guys so much when I was gone. I really did. I've never been away from you guys for so long. I honestly think that you guys have lost so much weight. I wonder if it's too much, and I'm afraid that I have starved you. Oh, good boys. God, I love you all. Whatever happens to me, it's been very clear from my adventures with Atlas in tow near my family. I've always been a hustler. I'm gonna be okay. I mean, I hope that I can have my dreams. Oh, good. You guys have a little bit of cat fights. I hope that I can actually achieve my dreams, but, you know, dreams wouldn't be dreams if they weren't possibly unattainable. But I'm gonna be okay. There once was a girl with ADD who had a boyfriend. So be she, and streamed her cat so twitchily and exploded my dish. I did. With my chaos. I want to sing a song, but I don't know what song I want to sing. Does anybody have a Disney song or a Disney villain song that they want to suggest? Otherwise, I'm just gonna, sing at random. Good boys. Well, I'm not missing anything good. Oh, you're such good boys. Oh, we're kind of actually doing some good progress on this crossword, hey. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache. Tell me why ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way. You're quite correct. Peralta would agree. Thank you, you've knocked over my... Lots of letters. How many are right? I'm very proud. No, mute music is fucking amazing. I love you guys just kept figuring out letters while I kept singing bullshit. I'll sing whatever bullshit you ask me to. Mostly Disney, maybe some crazy ex-girlfriend, and also some very specifically the things that I like the thing that I was just listening to a whole fuck ton, which was from The Greatest Showman. Yes, good cat. Nope, not food. There's my striptease song, and there's also my song of the year, of my life, my year? There's a happy song which I sang at Roger and Roger's best friend, who I'd never met before. Alright, let's take a look at how we are doing. Boris, nod off. Victim of sunburn. Victorian away, concentrate. Well, I don't know that one. Relative group. Chanted. We're halfway there. Whoa! Living on a prayer. Take my hand. We'll make it, I swear. Whoa! Living on a prayer. Living on a prayer. Good enough. I love Bon Jovi. Journey is like not even a thing that has to do with how old you are. It's just like the almost corny like go-to. But Bon Jovi, sorry, I had like a thing where like I skipped a thought and went to Bon Jovi because I was listening to this cover band of Bon Jovi at Sandstock, which is a never mind. And I was extremely pleased that, hold on. Did you turn my microphone? You turned my microphone! Jesus Christ. Can we drag Ackless and GamerDoc to karaoke? Blank, that would make me happier than you can ever imagine. First of all, I love GamerDoc and all time that I spent with GamerDoc. Second of all, singing is the only thing that Ackless is not immediately good at that I am aware of. I love karaoke so much, especially Japanese style karaoke, because obviously, I mean, that's actually not fair, because legitimately, for example, here's a thing that America does better than Japan. Yo. Unagi broadly, and also in general sushi. Is being good at singing the point of karaoke? No! Not at all! So here's the thing. White karaoke, here's the white nonsense karaoke. It puts too much emphasis on being good at singing. You're just on a stage in front of a crowd singing. Whereas, in Japanese karaoke, which is superior, you have a room with your friends where you get drunk as fuck, eat random crap, including Russian roulette takoyaki, which is awesome. It's takoyaki, except like a small number of them are filled entirely with wasabi. So you get drunk and you sing badly at songs that everybody wants to sing along to, and it's amazing. Whereas white karaoke is like you sing well and it's dumb. Why don't you just go on fucking American Idol, damn it? You're not supposed to be good. Please allow me to sing badly. That's the only thing I want in the world. What may I sing badly? Cat begins to develop, recorded. Closed in on Pillsbury Bake Off. I'm just a small town girl, living in a lonely world. She took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. Alright. Blank, you're good at this. You're good at this. I'll give you that. Were you here on the Disney Villain Song night? Because that was an epic night. I sang some Ursula and also some Hellfire. And it was rad. Kitty defaced crossword. Oh no! Kitty totally did deface crossword. That's amazing. I won't fix it. Yeah, no, there was a time when I offered to sing any Disney villain song, and then it turned into also Crazy Ex-Girlfriend songs, and I think I sang Greg's drinking song, which is, oh my god, so good. And also, I believe, Friendtopia, which is a Spice Girls parody, which is so good, except it's about a dystopian fascist government led by a group of girlfriends. So it's incredible. You have a very small amount of time to... Cat? Well... Cat. List of places to go with Saf now includes bathhouse and karaoke. And on that note, pun intended, I bid you good night. Haha. Well, okay, good. I'm just gonna start singing until people talk to me, so it's fine. And you can have a say the same way that blank taught you. Cat? Stop it. Cat? Okay. Or I'm just gonna play songs on my fucking iPod and just like, not iPod. Cat? Wow. Holy shit! A box is moving! Oh my god. Oh my god. A box is moving totally of its own accord, and another cat is walking on top of the box because he's like, why is this box moving? Alright, yeah. If nobody says anything while I am dealing with... Mute music is so good. You're so right. If nobody else is dealing with this, then while I continue to crossword, which I will continue to do, I will also sing random songs. And I'm almost sorry. Boomy, I think that you've earned VIP status on my channel. I'm just saying. Which is how I make sure that I remember to do that. Because right now it's like, VIPs, Raventhon. I'm like, how is Boomy not on there? Boomy definitely deserves to be on there. 100%. 1000%. Now let's do this crossword, because we can defeat the Sunday Crossword. We can definitely defeat the Sunday Crossword. However, I will still force you all to deal with me singing variously. Can't help myself. Unless you distract me. Unless you distract me? Maybe? Oh no, they're not distracting. Help. No, is no one gonna help me? Fine. Fine! I'll share my fucking super romantic song that I never tell anyone about. Because I'm afraid that they're gonna RSD it away from me, even though it's my favorite song ever. Fucking. It's too romantic and lovely. The moonlight shines down into stellar beams, and the groove tonight than you've ever seen. Stars and planets taking shape. A stolen kiss has come too late. Keep romancing, carry on dancing. Carry on, keep romancing, carry on dancing. Never safe till you see the dawn. If the clock strikes past many and the hope is gone to move under the moonlight. Carry on dancing. Carry on, keep romancing. Carry on dancing. So this is a song called Carry On Dancing by Savage Garden, their debut album, and it is outrageously beautiful. And it is a perfect musical encapsulation of my entire soul, and you're not allowed to insult it because of my RSD. I have hidden it from all people because I care that much about how deeply I love it and how perfect it is for moi. Stars and planets taking shape. A stolen kiss has come too late. Carry on dancing. Carry on. And if you are familiar at all, way to go, buddies. I get it. No, yes, I know. I know this was less blank and it is now more blank. About the ribbons that you can get on your badge at DragonCon. So me and Aklis were given some because we were at the Villains Ball, and we started dancing like ballroom dancing to it, and it was delightful. And somebody came up to us and gave us some ribbons, and it was awesome. And it was really beautiful and romantic because we had never really gotten a chance to do that before because we're not really out a lot before. And it was the first time that we had ever really ballroom danced before, but we knew that we both kind of knew how because of the day that I personally fell madly in love with him, which was like 6 years ago. And it had to do with Fishigi Yugi. Oh my god, my actual favorite song in the world just came on. Like, actual number one favorite song for forever. This dog doesn't bite, you know. I just wanna be your friend. You know, I've never been in love before. I've never been in love before. Ooh. am legitimately trying to do the crossword at the same time. There's nothing of you now, no, not a trace. No flower, not a seed, nor perfume in your place. I have searched with its the barren plain of emptiness. I am worthless, it is futile, you're invincible, I am infantile. This dog doesn't bite, you know. Just wanna be a friend, you know. I've never been in love before. I've never been in love before. Ooh. I have murdered, not a desire with me. I is free. I have squandered it all. I am less than the sum. I am parts of the whole. There is something missing. There is something I stole. There is something I stole. It's one of the few puzzles where a lot of them were down inside. The betrayal, sailors at this stirs it deeds down in burrows, deeper inside. The more that I try, I cannot deny it. It feels like I've never been in love before. Tap into the light, yo. This dog doesn't bite, you know. Just can't be afraid. You know that I've never been in love before. So step into the light, yo. You know this dog doesn't bite, you know. Just wanna be. You know that I've never been in love before. So, I'm obsessed with the singer. His name is Darren Hayes. It was one of the first things that I ever experienced as truly mine. Like, truly unfiltered, pure experience of personal joy and love. It had nothing to do with anyone else telling me what I was supposed to like. And it was deep, and it was passionate, and he's basically the only person who I genuinely give a fuck about seeing live. And I'm so pleased that I went to the shows that I went to, because we did not know that it was going to be his last tours, but it kind of was his last tours, and I had to go to fucking Europe. When I realized who he was, when I fell in love with him, I was in college. I had incredibly controlling parents, as I've sort of referred to. These are parents who made real changes to my experience of, however you want to chat to feel we can help, what? Okay, whatever. That seems pointless. Anyway, so, to the point of actively fucking up experiences of my, like, you know, early adulthood, like, I was not able to get, like, internships that I wanted because my parents didn't want me to spend any of my vacation time not at home where they could make sure I was not, having sex with anybody. Shit like that. Like, I was not able to, like, have a roommate who was, like, a close friend because they were like, oh no, you're just gonna, like, have sex, I guess. I don't know. It was fucking bullshit. The point is, I ended up not getting to do a lot with this small amount of spare time that I had as a person with undiagnosed ADHD trying very, very hard to succeed in a very elite college because of my parents. But when I was a senior and I was finishing this incredibly, and I don't know if anybody happened to have been in Lunch's stream the other day, yesterday, Lunch's community day, I was talking about how ridiculously ambitious the thing that I was doing for my, God, even now thinking about it, the fact that it was my college thesis is outrageous, but it was very ambitious. And I was working on it, and this singer that I was obsessed with, he had at that point an annual New Year's Eve concert that he did. And I had just become obsessed with him. I just started becoming obsessed with his entire catalog, Darren Hayes. I just fucking bought a ticket. I was like, I fucking don't care. It was in goddamn, like, it was in fucking, I mean, it was Britain, not London. It was in, that fucking, oh, God. Some other city. Some random city in Britain. New Haven? No. But fuck it, I bought it. I finished college, and my parents, extremely delightfully, bought me basically paid for me to have a trip to Europe, a trip to London, around this concert in, hold on, it starts with a G. I fucking know. We are the ones you left behind. Don't tell us how to live our lives. So, and here's the thing, especially at the time, I was such a fucking Anglophile, bit of Fry and Laurie, I was such a fucking Anglophile in all the ways, Faulty Towers, coupling, and that's just TV, fucking, Top Gear, all that shit, and then, like, Stephen Fry is just, like, a thing, QI, all that crap. Such a fucking Anglophile. We are the ones you left behind. Don't tell us how to live our lives. 1,000,000 strong, we're making up the rules. We're nothing left to lose. There's nothing left to lose. Gloucester? It was not Gloucester. That's the wrong place. It's... Anyway. You know what? Fuck it. This is gonna drive me goddamn fucking crazy. I have to find out what the city was. You are the ones you left behind. Don't tell us how to live our lives. 10,000,000 strong, you're breaking all the rules. Thank you for nothing, 'cause there's nothing left to lose. Manchester does not start with a G at all, but it was Manchester. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Manchester. So I was in college. I got these tickets to this New Year's Eve concert in Manchester of the only fucking singer that ever moved me, like, deeply. And my incredibly controlling parents just got me, like, a trip around that Manchester trip to just go to London and run around. And I fucking did it. for like 5 days, I would get on a goddamn bus in London and just take it anywhere and get off and just be like, I can get on any other bus and fucking take it anywhere and get off. I listened to only Darren Hayes and exactly one other song. That song was Good Life, because it was about running around London by One Republic. Those are the only songs that I listened to. I just graduated college and I was on my first I was just on a solo trip, fucking just running around London, one of my dream cities, going to the Tate Modern, just running around this goddamn fucking city of my dreams, and then going to Manchester and sing this New Year's Eve song. And here's the thing, I was so familiar with Darren Hayes songs at that point that it took me, he started the concert, I was right up against the edge too, right? Like, I had nothing to do in Manchester other than stand in this line, man. I was at the front. I was 22. Was I? Was I even that old? I was about 22. And this is like, I was a year older than most people in my class. Like, most people were 21, I was 22. I was up against the stage, and Darren Hayes, this person who I loved so much, came out and he started singing, and I was singing along for like 30 seconds because it was so familiar. It was so easy for me. I was singing along for a good 30 seconds before I realized that he had been singing my #1 favorite song in the world. Because I just started singing reflexively before I could even register what the song was. That was how incredible this night was for me. And I'm so glad that I went out and I did this alone. Maybe one-ish years later, 1.5 years later, he put out his last album as a solo artist. I was in grad school. And I went to Scotland. I went to as many concerts. I went to like about 3 concerts of his of this tour. VIP. It is literally to this day, the keychain that I got from that tour is my house keys. The song that just came on is from that album. This was 10 years ago. He did not say he was retiring. I am so fucking glad that I went to Scotland. I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go to Scotland. I'm gonna go see this tour. So I saw that one New Year's Eve concert in Manchester. I saw a couple of shows from this tour. He hasn't done a show since. That was something like 2012? I can take you down so low, I'll make you wanna cry. I can make you say goodbye. I can make you hurt. I can take you down so low, I'll take you to that maybe you'd be better off when I'm not around. He is incredibly famous for a band that he was in when he was 19, but he is so much better as a solo artist. He was never as famous again, but he's like one of the only people who got that famous who I know of who ended up that well adjusted. Maybe Mara Wilson. Can take you down so low, I'll make you wanna cry. And take you I found all of my vinyls of his singles when I was at home. And Aklis was like, "You want to take these home?" You're fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me! Oh my god, Hot Tub Blues just came on. This is... You're fucking kidding me! Cleaned up with nothing on. Hotter than hell, a nuclear sky. You made me a drink, but I can't need a little lie. Got my... Well, fuck it. It's Darren Hayes night because this crossword is not done. And I can't stop screaming on Sunday/Monday morning until the crossword is done. I got red hot shoes. I could eat some beer and guns. I got hot tub blues. I got red hot shoes. I got need for some fun. Beer and guns. Babe, I still need to show you this delicate thing we made when I can actually live with it. When I can deal with it. I have the DVD, and now apparently I have a way to play it. I'm actually glad that I had the self-control to not show it to you before recently. But I don't like the work. I can't get laid, but some fooling around couldn't really hurt. Give me some happy on. Ask for ID. I said, bitch, I can hardly read. I got red hot shoes. I got needs for some fun. Beer and guns. I got hot tub blues. I got red hot shoes. I got need for some fun. Beer and guns. Hot tub blues. Red hot shoes. Need for some fun. Beer and guns. I got hot tub blues. Red hot shoes. Need for some fun. Beer and guns. Ma'am, I'm gonna need to see some ID. Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to step out of the vehicle. Ma'am, I need you to put the bottle down. Ma'am, I need you to... Ma'am. Nuclear sky. But I don't need a DUI. It's hotter than hell. A nuclear sky. I need me a drink, but I don't need a DUI. I got hot tub blues. I got red hot shoes. I got need for some fun. Beer and guns. I got hot tub blues. I got red hot shoes. I got need for some fun. Beer and guns. Red hot shoes. Churchgoer's pet name for a seat? I really want to know what that is. Oh my god, a Savage Garden concert must have been so amazing. I might have to watch the Time Machine tour. Darren Hayes. Y'all, you don't know what you're missing. Angry? Oh my god, how much Darren Hayes is on this playlist? No, not California, it's too sad. I got a regular summer tan. Looking up the courage to call you all year. Ooh. And there's nothing I can say. There are no good words left anyway. Yeah, no, this is hard. Welcome to my Californian soul. You don't have to call me, you can leave if you want. And picture by my bed, and there's a light in my eyes. I don't know. Well, I don't know why you still feel alone. I'm saying the kind from the get-go. I was sleeping, but you never believe. You was trying to keep myself in the places between. Ooh, and you were kind and sometimes cruel. Another French 75. Admit defeat already? Oh no, you're not gonna help? I'm trying though. Welcome to my Californian home. You don't have to call me, you can leave if you want. There's a picture by my bed and there's a light in your eyes. I don't know. Tell me what I wanna find out. Do you still feel alone? Love is elusive when you search for it. Don't I know? And sometimes it just creeps in. Don't I know? I've been crazy, I've been wondering. Do you still feel alone? Wow, you got to the end? I may have to play that on my own time. Cottage with a steep view. Got a regular summer tan. I've been working up the courage to call you. Welcome to my Californian home. Sure. You don't have to call me, you can leave when you want. There's a picture by my bed and there's a light in your eyes. I don't know. Tell me 'cause I wanna find out. Do you still feel alone? Even though there's no good for you, there's a part of me that's still waiting for you. Oh, welcome to my happy ending. Even though there's no pretending, I know. Can't look back, you can never go back. Welcome to my Californian home. Welcome to my Californian home. I know you need to find out. Do you still feel? Welcome to my California. Even though I'm no good for you. Deep inside there's a piece of me, there's a piece of me still waiting for you to come home. I know you can never look back, can never look back again. Love me, I wanna find out, do you still feel alone? Do you still feel alone? I am legitimately, while I'm just like babbling along to whatever music I'm listening to, actually trying to do this crossword, which is very hard. Yeah, no, Aklis, if you recommend it and you think that I would like it despite my brain things, which I thought I might because it did seem to have enough additional puzzly things when I was paying closer attention that I thought that I would enjoy it on its own merits. Because yeah, like on my own time. Because pure platformers, like, my god, how much fucking Darren Hayes is on this? Oh no, this is actually not a Darren Hayes song. I'm being ridiculous. This is Smooth and Terrell. But yes. Oh, wow. Some people got some shit just like when I was just now not paying attention to Big E's team. Wait, was I just having a conversation that actually mattered? I don't know, I'm sure it didn't. Yeah, some of the platforming stuff might be a little unfriendly to brain things, but the narrative is powerful and it's one of the best examples of therapeutic narratives. Okay, yeah, I mean, Atlas, all the stuff that you're talking about is stuff that I knew about this game. The only thing that was concerning me was that I thought that it would be like Hollow Knight, which is just like, it's such a challenging platformer that it gets in the way. I liked Mario Odyssey for a significant amount of time, long enough to get through the base game and do some of the post game. But from what I saw of what you were doing, which was a lot of like the bell stuff, it seemed like there was enough like figuring out what to do narrative stuff where it wasn't just pure platforming skill that I could get into it despite my brain stuff. And it also frankly seemed short enough. But yeah, no, Hollow Knight was so hard. A router? The platforming is tight and directed. There's not random what way do I go stuff. That said, some of the platforming does take... Honestly, Atlas, I think it would be a worthy exploration for you and I to find out how good I actually am capable of being at platforming. There are a lot of directions this could go. I might have, in a misogynistic environment, been discouraged from finding out how good I can be at them. Also, the whole ADHD thing, making that easier. However, there are some games, Super Mario World, Mario Odyssey, straight up platformers where I'm like, honestly, I also did Braid. And frankly, I think that a lot of similar skills are involved in games like Catherine. So maybe I'm better at them than I realized. Let's find out. Let's clear out some of the assumptions that I have from when I had a lot of reasons to doubt the conclusions I came to about myself. Like, for example, being into men and whether or not I orgasmed. That's sweet. I enjoy that. I love the idea of that. I don't really get that very often. I tend to get the opposite of that. Would you like to suggest a song that I sing to? Because I'm in a very singy mood while I try to solve this puzzle. Because otherwise I'm just going to go with Billy Joel. Bill and who? Bill and 1 minute I'm in Central Park, then I'm down on Delancey Street. From the Bowery to St. Mark's, there's a syncopated beat. I said, ooh, and streetwise, I can improvise. Said, ooh, I'm street smart. I've got New York City heart. Why should I worry? Why should I care? I may not have a dime, but I got street savoir-faire. Why should I worry? Why should I care? It's a stupid population. I got street savoir-faire. We were having a conversation about whether or not you learn words from Disney songs, and I was like, I definitely learned savoir-faire from a Disney song. And nom de plume. You gotta wear the crown. Why should I worry? Why should I care? I'd have a dime, but I got street savoir-faire. Why should I worry? Why should I care? That's just depopulation. I got street savoir-faire. They love me at the Toby, they love me at the Ritz. Why should I worry? Why should I care? You know I close out of line. I got street savoir-faire. Santa's reindeer. My God, this is hard. Nobody sees it, then why can I show it to you? In the depths of my emotion, I'm a spinning wheel. All the words can't feel as I delicately rip my heart out. I deserve a more for it. So let me take the rains out of the ocean. Let me take the stars down from the sky. Let me take away the dark night. I've been here all night, ending before I begin. If love is a comfort, then why aren't I comforting you? If trust is a burden, then who've you entrusted me to? You may need some information about letting go, about hearts full of snow, and a sadness so contagious. I've become fond of it. So let me take the waves out of the ocean. Let me take the sound from the sky. Let me take away the dark light. I've been here all night, ending before I begin. Let me take a faith from your foundation. Let me take a wrong and make it right. Let me take a ride the dark light. I've been here all night, ending before I begin. And in the end, it never lasts. The suffering, only joy remains. I hear you call, I speak your name, a lonely prayer, no one to receive it. Who do you run to? Ending before I begin. So let me take the waves out of the ocean. Let me taste the sound from the sky. Let me take away the dark light. I've been here all night, ending before I begin. Let me take a faith from your foundation. Let me take a song and make it right. Let me take away the dark light. I've been here all night, ending before I begin. Ending before I begin. Alright, y'all. We don't seem to have this. Does not seem to be coming together. So, we'll see y'all. Actually, it's not clear because my schedule does not kick in until Wednesday/Thursday when I start my Oak Week. But, obviously, I've not been absent since then, so it's been a little bit less clear. Me and Atlas are doing a brand new setup for Tuesday where we intend to test it with Boyfriend Dungeon, which is spectacular, and I think that will absolutely happen. But I do think at the moment we should probably kick it and find somebody to raid. Shit, is Rocco actually live right now? Oh my god, so is lunch though. Oh shit. Oh, Rocco. Okay. Let's hit lunch though. I do love my lunch. I mean, I love Rocco too, but I was just hanging out with lunch last night. We will try this. We will try to finish this up perhaps tomorrow. Because we do have to actually finish this. Hell yes. Let's go hang out with lunch. I just had a really nice night with lunch yesterday, so I want to hang out with lunch, is all. Moving back to the... Does this work? We will see if we can finish this when we are all less sleepy, drunk, tired, whatever the fuck we are. Love y'all. Mwah. We have my actual professional, very standard, totally reliable question of the day event where I cosplay other senpai streamers coming up. Mwah. And also sub-only Discord fun stuff. Anyway, I love all of you. Mwah. I'll see you guys a ton. Off we go.